Continuation of special meeting of North Smithfield Town Council, June 25th, 2024. Madam Clerk, can you start us with a prayer and the pledge, please?
Thank you for bringing us together today in a spirit of generosity. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. May we discern your will to unite in fruitful outcome. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh my God, I can't get it.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Here.
Ms. Hamilton.
Here.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Here.
Ms. Alves.
Here. Discussion by council vote or other action on continuation of adoption of FY 24-25 proposed budget. So we're going to start back on Parks and Rec. Do you have the updated salaries for that department?
Starting with the maintenance supervisor, we have 55,235.09, 94,510.9, 25,463.53, longevity at 4142.63, MERS at 5801.6, TIA at 1687.33, and FICA at 13869.62.
Thank you. Anyone have anything else in this department they'd like to discuss?
I have a question. I think it's in this budget. Give me a second. I have a question. The fireworks line item. I've heard rumblings that they may not happen, so I'm just curious for the plan.
Rumbling was correct. We are having it. They've shifted from the hardball baseball field to the real softball field. It's a future designation zone over a little bit. So if I'm on the chief can attest to that.
Perfect. That's all. Yeah, I had heard, so I figured. Thank you.
Anyone else have questions?
It was the request of the budget committee that they move, it suggests they move the 40,000 of senior services into town council contributions.
And what is the reason for increasing it to 40?
It's not an increase, it's, it was supposed, no, it was, we gave them 40,000 last year, or this fiscal year rather. 20 of it was from reserves, 20 of it was from the budget. We did give them, so essentially we gave them 40, so we're just continuing that same contribution this year.
20 was from reserves, really? I don't remember that.
No, we did.
So that 40, excuse me, 40, may I? 40,000 will be eliminated from this budget, so it'll be, so that 437, well, no, you need another, you need to give us a different number, right, because of the salary adjustments?
So if that's what the council wants to do, then I can delete it here and add it into town council contributions, but
Well, it's not even on ours, is it?
yeah.
It showed up on, I thought we already, the senior services line item I thought already showed up. Am I missing something?
No,
What on
the
today?
senior services is not in town council department. It's, as of right now, it's in Parks and Rec, but I highlighted it in Parks and Rec to,
Oh, I see it now. Okay, sorry.
So are we
Different
comfortable with
colors
the
than we are.
40, I guess that's the question.
how many years have we done the 40? Just last year, or? Yeah,
Well, I think in light of, you know, the fact that we're working toward our own, I'd like to reduce that to 30.
So far, the administrator's budget?
Correct.
I had a conversation with Linda Tebow, that all that money is absolutely needed with the programs that they have and with the, Mr. Administrator, what's the program that they, the senior program that they pay into that provides all the services for the seniors?
aging well.
Aging Well?
Aging Well,
Yeah.
they work with an
They work with Aging
organization
Well.
out of Woonsocket.
And they have a lot of programs. If you ever go there during the week, it's very active at Pacheco. They have a lot of classes, 3, 4, 5 classes a day. Sometimes they have meals. I think that that would be a mistake to limit that, you know, bring that down to 30. I think the seniors at least deserve, I mean, when you look at what we're paying out, and I'm not saying anything, but look at what we're giving the schools when they're at the young end, and 40,000 is not a lot to give the seniors at the back end.
Yeah, Councilor Beauregard, you can see that the department request was for 20. The town administrator recommended 30. After hearing Mrs. Tebow's presentation, I certainly would not, it's up to council to make these decisions, but I would have no problem supporting $40,000.
It's the least we can do for our seniors is provide them with programs that they require.
Well, for those who take advantage of it, right?
Well,
So
the option
that's
is
the-
there for
Yeah,
them.
right. I would still like to reduce it to 30, but that's me. Because I know we have a very tight budget, very, very, very tight.
Oh, and I agree, and that there are areas to cut, but taking away from the seniors is not the area to cut.
It's not popular. Okay, so do you have that?
I have another question after Tony can give the number.
I'm
then I-
sorry.
No, I think you were asking for an updated number, right?
Right, the updated number.
With or without the senior
Well, we're moving that out of here anyway, right?
I think we need to do a motion on that.
Does it need to fall under town council?
What's the purpose of moving it?
It's a contribution to a separate entity. It just made more sense fiscally to be able to put it under contributions, just like all the other contributions that the town council gets to the outside entities.
So it's because the money goes to Aging Well, that's why?
Was it?
The money goes to Aging Well, it's not like goes to Parks and Rec and they spend it themselves?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because we always have to, Aging Well will send us a quarterly request for the tenant, so, and we do it.
It's fine to move it.
I make a motion to move the 40,000 for senior services from the Parks and Rec budget line to town council contributions.
I'll second
Okay.
that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Beauregard?
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes.
So, if I may just ask a question to Finance Director. So in keeping with the concept of having to provide something to a non-entity, so would that not also be the NS Little League request? Should that be moved? Technically, I mean, if we're gonna do one, which should we do the other? Because it isn't a department of the Parks and Rec, and based on what the Budget Committee had recommended, we would move the seniors line item out, so I'm just wondering if that should be done too while we're doing it.
I think that's, I don't know if the DPW has an opinion on that, would be opposed to it, but I don't know if there's a reason that Ray might have,
Can you use the mic, Ray, if you're gonna speak, please?
or I guess.
I think that request from the Little League, in conjunction with my Parks and Rec supervisor, was capital. So I don't know if that makes a difference, but that's a capital item.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does, right?
And what was the capital for again?
Upgrades to the fields at Pacheco.
Oh, that makes sense to keep it there then.
That's what I figured. It would be
Yeah.
easier for us to, for myself to kind of make sure it stays where it is. If it was operational, maybe with a contribution, but
Yeah.
being capital, I
Yeah.
think maybe it's a good place to keep
Okay,
it.
just checking while we were on that topic, thanks.
I have a question about the playground equipment. I know it's in dire need of repair. And I know we talked about maybe moving the playground equipment at one point from Hallowell and moving that around. But I know that there is a company out there, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but I can share the information that, you know, you go to East Greenwich or Wickford or other parts of the state, they have helped communities get grants funding and also do upgrades and design and stuff like that, and, you know, help plan and design these playgrounds. And so I'm thinking, should we explore that option instead of putting the 50,000 towards it right now?
So just as backup for the number there, Ray and I had discussed it. He had originally put 125 as an ideal number. That's realistically only half of what we had.
Yeah, I'm saying find a
like
grant.
a rough number of what we would think to afford a playground ourselves. Then I had said, well, why don't, you know, obviously there's grants for parks out there. They're, to my knowledge, they're highly competitive. They're very hard to get, because so many other towns want them, and they usually require a match. From like, you know, rough numbers, we had thought, you know, by the time we actually get a playground, it'd probably be about 250,000.
Right.
So we figured, throw, you know, 50,000 here, put it in reserves if we don't end up getting a grant, and then we can keep building that a little bit by little until we get a grant to pay for a park upgrade. That was the idea behind that number, just a little history.
Yeah, makes sense.
So you're saying the 50,000 would then be the funding?
It's a kind of a start of a fund, you know, if we don't, yeah, it's to put towards, say we get one this year, great, we can use it for matching. Because normally they have some type of matching, they don't fully fund them from what I've heard from other entities and at the league meetings. And if we don't find one this fiscal year, we throw it into reserves and we keep, you know, the idea is to every year we throw 50, 25, 75,000 for playground until we can eventually afford one or get a grant.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think we can leave it in now, but we may have to come back if we're gonna do it, you know, any further
I say half it then.
reduction. 25?
And I say that with two little kids that are 4 and 2 years old. And that I know when I'm down, I bring them to the playgrounds and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
I know there's grant money out there.
I know
And
25
that's,
won't.
the strategy just sounds like we'll
Just
play the long
replace it.
game and we'll fund it eventually, so. I think this is where we can probably think outside the box. I mean, if we want to, we can say move the money from the fund balance and build the playground tomorrow, but I think there is grant money out there, and I think we should explore it, especially since the budget is so tight.
The grant writers have this information. When we gave them all our wants and needs,
Yeah,
they have
no,
that.
I
so-
know.
And they were the first to tell us, highly competitive. You're looking at a minimum of 200 to 250. Everything has to be handicap accessible.
Oh, yeah, ADA
and so
compliant,
on
all
and
that
so
stuff these days, yeah.
on.
I can forward you and the grant writers a couple companies I found that deal with playground equipment specific.
What is the overhead lighting for?
That's for Paul Kelly Complex. Long overdue down there.
Okay, so do you want to make a motion to reduce that to 25,000?
I'll leave it up to what discussion of the council.
Okay.
One person.
I'll make a motion to reduce it to 25,000 right now, given the fact that we have such a tight budget.
I'll second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
So just to be, this vote is on just a reduction
Just-
instead of 25?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reduction, yeah. Because we can't do it on 50 anyway. Okay.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Does anyone want to change any other line items in Parks and Rec before we get a new total?
So I'm looking at, I just saw it. Hallowell grounds, there's nothing budgeted in there. Is there any plan to maintain at least whatever's down there, or are we just letting it grow out? Just curious. I don't know what's actively being done down there.
Well, we're trying to keep it somewhat reasonable down there. There's the community garden
Yep.
that we monitor. In the high grass, in the bushes, we'll trim and keep it,
Okay. You don't need like a budget though, or anything?
no,
Okay.
no.
If council wants to consider Hallow, there is $1 million grant out there for outdoor improvements.
Right, but that wouldn't be for like the operational side of things,
No,
right?
no.
Like, yeah,
No,
that's all I was
Park
wondering.
benches, passive
Yeah, no.
trees,
I agree with you
trails.
on that. Yeah, I was just curious if you needed money for like the lawnmowers and stuff like that, that's all. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Ray.
Okay, so do you have an updated number, Finance Director?
Yep, 373,397.27.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve 373,397.27 for Parks and Rec.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara? Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. So the next one is debt service. We pretty much have to keep that the way it is, right? Someone like to make a motion to approve the debt service line?
Make a motion to approve $3,910,919.14 to the debt service.
That's a motion. Is there a second? Did you second, Claire? Yes. We have a motion, and a second. Any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Next one, general government.
Why was there, excuse me, may I ask, a reduction in that second, the health insurance retirees reduced by 12 million, 12 million, that'd be great, 12,000.
Someone had fallen off we had some. what was the question? Oh, why is the reduction there? Oh,
Right.
that's the co-shares for the,
Oh, okay,
for the retirees.
okay, thank you.
I thought you were asking why it dipped.
And these health insurance, dental, medical reimbursement, et cetera, are until 65?
Until 65, or if, say it's a family, husband, wife, whatever, say one of them dies, the other one is still covered. So, until,
Till-
yeah,
Till death do us part?
that's how.
Really?
Yeah. So.
Really?
I don't think that's the case for the police. Trying to
Or the
remember.
school.
The town, I can't remember if the police follows that same policy. Oh, yeah, no, not, yeah, sorry, yeah, not until both, like, the other person dies, no. Once that spouse, say one of them dies, the other one's covered till 65.
Oh,
Yeah,
phew.
okay, sorry.
Okay, I was thinking, that's a heck of a deal. Okay, all right, thank you.
Is this the accurate rate that we pay for the grant writer?
Yes, that's the updated rate currently, yeah.
Okay.
I have one note for the Forestdale Schoolhouse expense line. It was brought to my attention that they should be billed sewer use. So the sewer department's gonna start giving them a sewer use bill since they connected a couple years ago, starting in fiscal '25. The rate I mean, it depends on how the sewer department's budget gets approved, but the rate could be anywhere between 560 or, I guess, worst case was, I thought
Oh, 791.
791 was worst case, or 560 was best case scenario.
Okay, so, we pay water?
Yes,
We pay
but
water.
they connected to sewer a couple
Okay.
years ago.
Okay. But that's not gonna be reflected on this, right?
I need you to add it.
Oh, you need a 700 approximately, you said, 710?
Either, it's between, I don't know, it depends on what you guys approved the sewer budget for
Oh.
and what the rate ends up being. Could it be anywhere between 560 and I guess 791 was worst case?
Well, so as not to hold this up, should we come up with a dollar amount and then say 600? Tell them not to
Yeah.
flush twice a week.
You could do the 791 and then, you know, it's whatever.
Do the 791. Do what, the
Higher,
higher,
I mean, that's
yeah.
what you're supposed to do, but you're in the middle of it, so it kind of allows for a little room.
I have a question for the solicitor. So because I serve as the treasurer for the Heritage Association and they are the leaseholders through the town, should I not vote on any of the line items related to the lease?
I'd recommend that you recuse yourself.
All right, then that's what I was thinking. I'm gonna accuse myself from any conversation to do with Heritage Association in this
Okay,
section.
well, what I'll do then is I'll make a motion to approve the sewer connection, the sewer use for, at this point, $700 instead, of just round it up. So if we add that, and then what will that total be? For the department? Mhm.
1,383,482.46.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve 1,383,000.
May I, I'm sorry, I just
sorry.
had one addition
I'm
that I wanted
sorry.
to make,
Yeah.
if you don't mind, I'm sorry. If we're looking at the Memorial Town Hall, last year, they received 7,200. They exceeded that this year because they had some costs. This year, we budgeted $9,000. I'm just looking for a modest $500 increase to that $9,000. Reason being is Memorial Town Hall, with the Heritage Commission in Memorial Town Hall, we know that they are maintaining really what would have been an unoccupied building. And unoccupied buildings tend to fall apart very quickly. They've done a great job in rehabbing it. It's in better shape than what they found it, that's for sure. So, and also, I don't know if people are aware, it's the VFW, the Land Trust, the Little League, the Pumpkin Fest Committee, the Historic District Committee, the Arts Committee, as well as the Republican Town Committee. They all use the facilities over there to, in the meeting room over there. So that's open to everybody, and if anybody has an opportunity, or you need you need to have that room for whatever committee you need, Richard's always available to let people use it. So I'm just looking for a modest $500 increase to the 9,000 already put in the budget.
Yes. Oh, you're
I can't vote
recusing.
on this.
Okay, I'll go with the extra 500, as long as it's used by a number of groups,
It is.
and that's fine. So that'll bring us to 1,383,982.46. Yes?
Mhm.
With the five. Okay, that's my motion.
Second?
So you made a motion for the whole department, is that what you did?
Yep, 1,383,982.46. That's the increase of the
500. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
I'm accused.
Oh, sorry. Ms. House.
Yes. All right, so we're back to the school.
Feels like we've been here before, huh? So I just want to make sure.
Madam President, may I ask a question? So, where we left off yesterday, we were inquiring about the extra money from the surplus from the healthcare. And, hopefully that we have an answer on that, or?
Thank you. Jean Mayo, 11 Tarleton Trail. I know there were a lot of questions that you had yesterday about the Medicare monies, and I actually spoke to Lisa today, and this is an explanation that hopefully will be helpful to you. The actuals for the medical will be less than the amount in the original fiscal year 24 budget by approximately $200,000 to $240,000. Those excess funds, along with funds from other areas of the operating budget, were used to offset shortfalls such as special education, contracted services, out-of-district transportation, tuition payments. When we recognize that we have excess funds, both revenue and expenses, the superintendent comes to the school committee with requests for purchases and projects that were needed but not included in the budget. For example, this year, we purchased additional Chromebooks, we implemented a new curriculum, we purchased athletic uniforms, we purchased new track equipment, we upgraded the baseball field, all of which had definite positive impacts on the school system. At the end of the year, those funds will not be remaining in the budget. We do not have reserves in our budget. The net remaining balance in the school department budget automatically gets transferred to our accumulated fund balance, and we use those funds for one-time capital purchases. So I hope that explains a little bit about your questions from last night. I don't know
It's not
if it-
240,000 sitting in an account somewhere?
No, absolutely not. No. There's, I don't know how much there is, and it might actually not be possible for them to come up with a finite figure for you, because I know that's what you were looking for. But when we're forming the budget, and these are just my thoughts, it's impossible to predict our needs or our revenue sources. When you got this budget, we did not know a lot of these numbers. And a case in point, several cases in point, the increase in the out-of-district transportation costs and the additional sped tuition, which we didn't really know about until just recently. And on the opposite side of it, the change in the state aid projection, which we came to you with as soon as we had it. The bottom line here is the students, and at this point in time, again, because of circumstances over which we have absolutely no control, their needs and their well-being, socially, emotionally, educationally, they are great. They're more pressing than they ever have been before. And we're doing our best to work with you as you are doing your best to work with us. We realize that. But we just can't go into cutting positions that are absolutely necessary, and that's what it's going to come to. And I feel very badly for the position that you're in, but we have to advocate for our students. So obviously, we're looking for you to, because it's your job as a school committee, as it is, as a town council, as it is our job as school committee members, to financially share the responsibility for caring for our students. And that's all I can say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So can you give us basically where we stand right now? If we were to just, can you just give us a couple of numbers? So if we were to do the town administrator
Yeah.
proposal, can you give us what our total expenses are on that? And then,
That department?
well, no, like if you used the school, if you plugged in
Put that
the number
number.
for the schools with the town administrator proposed budget
Mhm.
and gave us a total expense, and then give us our total revenue, just so we can kind of see where we are.
So the total expenses for the general fund as a whole, okay. So, yeah, it's already plugged it in here from last night. So we have total expenses of 53,107,609.41.
And what's our revenue?
Well, revenue would be equal because what we charge the taxpayers is,
No, I mean what we approved last night, like the revenue that we did, that we did,
Mhm.
like just,
well, it's gonna take me a second, because I have to add in each one individually, the, department heads. You know what, or, actually, I can just do this. Minus.
Now, while he's doing that, if we took the money, if we took $200,000 out of capital, and we moved it over to the school, then we could give them what they want without having to give them an additional $200,000.
Sure. Then it becomes maintenance of effort, and you have to give an additional $200,000 every year.
That's a good point. However, it's unlikely that we're gonna give less next year.
But you can't.
But you have
Right,
to give that,
exactly. So,
and
but
then
so it's
some,
unlikely, it goes up every year.
right?
So
That's-
it's that amount, it's likely to go up at least that amount next year. So I don't think that's really something that is gonna stand in the way. We're not looking at, we'll probably never zero fund them.
Possibility, yes, probability, no.
Right. So if you move that money, yes, it would increase our maintenance of effort, but the, for next year, but we're probably gonna give more than that amount next year anyway, as an
Well,
increase.
Of course we would.
Right.
Because
So
they'll
they-
ask for
so-
more, so we're gonna start with an additional 200,000 as opposed to starting from where we are right now. So we're adding the 200.
Yeah, well, isn't it 530,000? So what was being discussed last night, it was late, so I may be not remembering correctly, but they were willing to give up all of the capital. So that would be, you would have to give up 310,000 from this year's budget. And then to your point, John, I think you're trying to make, you just look at the net. So if you were to give them what's asked now, plus the capital, you really they're only asking for the difference between the capital 310 and the 529, whatever that is. That's the additional ask, I think, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, that's part of the busing contract and all that stuff, right, that was unforeseen?
Yes, but I think,
Terry Bartimoli, 1 Taylor Drive. So we were on the phone conference calls today because unfortunately Jim is out of state. We need the 529. We need that money. What we said last night was to take funds out of the capital funds and make sure you're supporting that contract that we just ratified. It was only a 2% increase. And it leaves us, you know, we need the 529. We need to cut this down, and you're looking to cut it because of that transportation. It could end up being, we spoke about it, it could be a reading specialist for the elementary school that we have to cut. We also need counselors and psychologists. Our kids are not over those COVID years. There are kids struggling. So we really need that 529. But we will take some from the capital side, if that helps.
So if you cut all the capital, it's 219,117. That's the difference. I don't think you can make it work without cutting all the capital.
I mean,
Because you guys
if
have
not-
1.8 in your fund balance, right? So, I mean, in theory, or 1 point something, right? So you could fund all of your capital requests this year, just writing yourself a check from your own fund balance.
Right, so if you needed to reduce that 100,000 and we took 191 from the capital, the remaining 119 can stay in the capital fund for those ride reimbursable projects.
So when we reviewed everything in the budget today, found, position that Claire had agreed to that she could do without for next year. So we could reduce our ask to 429. So that would be, a 1.98% increase. And what we would like to do is take, whatever amount from the capital and move it over to make that whole.
Yeah, that's what we just said, but Terry just.
Right, but at the same time, I'm just saying at the 529, those are needs. Those are needs. They're not just wants, and it's not to be convenient. And I don't like the idea that we can't get a reading specialist or an interventionist. I don't like that we're not going to possibly get counselors and psychologists for our kids.
If you
That's-
do what she said, though, would you be able, would you? be
Well,
able to-
we'd be then around the 429, and we're gonna have to figure it out, and it could be that reading specialist.
Well, I think he would,
Making us whole
Don't
at
cut
the
capital.
529
No, I'm just
would be
confused.
good,
It's
but
cap-
at the
that's-
4, right.
Capital, all right?
yeah, no, I'm saying, I think if you cut the capital, it doesn't, I mean, it's 310, so it's still gonna be an ask, you know, it's just,
Okay.
it's just the, with the capital, assume you gave, you know, part of the 310, say the 200,000 for the ride reimbursements, right? So say you just gave 200,000 and then the 400,000, you're adding almost 700,000 additional onto the budget. And so, as you know, Terry, then you run up against the levy. So that's where some of the concern is we can't go over it because we're not authorized.
No,
to,
and I
so
understand that. I get it.
I think we're just trying to find a way to make it work.
I think that's the whole thing. And these are needs, they're not just wants. We have over 1,600 children in our schools that teachers come in direct contact and have an impact on those lives. We have over 245 employees that get benefits. So on our side, it's a big budget, but the numbers are there to warrant what we need.
I'd like to add something. In education, every year is a surprise. You may get new students that are evaluated. Some, not too bad. Others, you may have to go out of the system for it. It's happened before. But we paid for a child to go out of state. And it hit, even back there, it hit them strongly. It's not something that you decide if you want to do or not. If it's a written mandate, especially in special ed, with the 504s, you name it, the 3OBs, or this, or that, they come up with them every year, and you have to provide for them. So it's not like, well, we don't need it, we could use, you know, another vehicle, but we can wait till next year. Here you can't, because I think the first year, after COVID, some of these obligations were not made, and now we're backpedaling. And good thing you have parents that are working with you. So this isn't just a department. These are the mandates within the state of Rhode Island as far as education. And you handle the ride. They're not easy. Do I want to see us pedal backwards and not have a good reserve? But at the same time, we can get in big trouble if we do not follow the state mandates with these children.
Okay. How's that? Do we have a number for revenue?
So the expenses were 53.1 million. We have revenue of what was approved so far at 15,239,595.47.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
15,239,595.47.
So we're looking 37.8 difference, 37 million?
Yeah, that's not including, general government, school, and the tax department. So it's, yeah, it's about 37. Because council hasn't approved those departments yet.
Didn't we just approve general fund, general government?
In the expense side.
Oh,
not
I'm
the
sorry,
revenue side.
okay. Okay. No, let's look at that. And then look at general fund and revenue.
We didn't do that one yet?
No, that's what he's saying, we didn't do that, right?
I thought we did all of revenue last night, except for the top one.
Didn't do tax, school, or general.
Right, but we didn't do tax because we were gonna wait till we finalized the expense budget, right? We finished the expense budget. Right.
But school in general, you could go that, but.
Well, we can go back on all of it, but I know what you're saying.
No, but school you skipped because it ties into the school budget.
Right,
Because
but-
there's one line that, so you skipped that one.
Right, but if we pass something, we can come back and.
Oh,
revisit
yeah.
it still. Yeah, it's not like it's final.
No, well, those two you have to, they haven't been approved yet. is what
Right,
I'm
yeah,
saying.
no, I know that, yeah. So we should probably fill in the school number if we wanna go back to the revenue side.
So that would be. Nope. What do we want to do for that? Go with the town administrators?
Are you looking at general government?
I'm looking at the school right now.
Oh.
We have to make a decision on that. For an expenditure.
For the purpose of the budgeting, do you just wanna plug in the what was it, 429,117? So let's come back and revisit it. Cut the capital. So it's a net increase of only like 100 and change.
Well, let's do it for purposes so that we don't just sit here all night.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm
try
saying, just to
right?
plug
Yeah,
something in
that's
and keep
what
it,
you're saying.
keep it going. We wasted like 5 minutes just sitting around.
So, what am I?
Cut the
doing?
310 from capital,
So cut,
and
okay.
then put in the 429,117 increase to the
429,
school
117.
town appropriation, yep.
Okay, so instead of a 0.5% contribution appropriation increase, we're doing 429, 117?
At least for now, so we can
Okay.
see
Just
I just wanna make
put
sure I'm-
something
what
in
it
there
looks
for a
like at the
minute.
top end of the budget,
Yep.
and then we can adjust as needed. I still want
So 429, 117?
Yes.
So the department total, ready?
Yes.
Yep.
30,606,377.15.
What was that again, Tony?
30,606,377.15.
So what's the percentage increase on that, you said? I'm sorry.
It seems off there.
It's off, no?
1.98%.
1 point what?
1 point what?
1.98
Yeah, that's what I
for
thought.
the appropriations.
That's what I had.
The department as a whole is 3.2%.
And then that would bring our total expenses to what?
Total expenses would be 53,118,464.54. Might I make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
Now that we have a placeholder, the council could go back and finish the general government and the school, and then look at what the levy is thus far, and go from there. Because I have a live levy as we go along.
Okay.
So general government for
For revenue.
revenue,
So right now we have, so everything in here is pretty much a moving number, right?
So the only changes that we've made, that I've added since, compared to what you have right now, was the grant revenue from police. The grant revenue is now 410,295.89.
What was that again, Tony?
410,295.89 from conversations we had last night.
Oh, that was with the fire.
Fire and police. Actually, no, yeah, it was all police. It was the,
It was police,
Sorry,
the-
yeah.
yeah, server and the
Vehicles.
tasers,
oh, okay.
The server upgrade.
and the Axon body cams.
That's already in there.
That's what I'm saying, that's why it's changing.
So if we look at the revenues that have already come in to date,
Mhm.
bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
So the general government could be $1,385,647.57.
I'm sorry, I was trying to answer your question. What was it?
If we look at the revenue that's come in as of 5/31,
Would that increase?
with the increase of the grant revenue, be like 1,385,647. Does that look right? Well, because you didn't do the
I have,
prorated thing.
for the total of general government right now, I have 1,168,111.99. That's what I have as of right now.
1,168, so that includes that additional 410,295?
Correct, yeah. The replacement of the old revenue, or grant revenue amount, yeah.
That doesn't include like the proration like we were doing, like
Oh.
taking the actual and,
Mm-hmm.
so
Right.
doing it the other way, it's 1,385,000.
Okay.
Alright, I'll make a motion for general government in the amount of $1,385,647.57.
Second?
Before, how is that broken down for each?
I was just gonna do that.
Oh, okay, cool.
So administration fees is $55,040.56. Well, how about we do 55,000?
Good.
And then EMS billing, 310. Miscellaneous receipts, 55,000. Interest income, let's do 500,000 then,
yeah.
cause we were up this year. And then you have your 410,295 for grant revenue, so the total now would be $1,330,295.89.
Correct.
that would be my motion for general government.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just a quick question. So you said for miscellaneous receipts, how much? 55,000?
Mm-hmm.
But wasn't that 1 year
That's,
just a tax sale? So what
yeah, that was a surplus, but that was because of we hadn't done one in a few years.
Oh, we're not doing one this year, right?
Yeah, that's my only point. I just don't want.
Yeah.
So I want to decrease that.
Okay, you can back out, maybe.
So did anyone second? No?
I seconded, so I'll
You want to rescind your second?
rescind my second,
So-
that amount.
And can I amend my motion to change the miscellaneous receipts to 5,000? Which would bring the total revenue to general government at $1,280,295.89.
Second?
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Sutton.
Yes.
Okay, on to school.
Again, that's a pass-through, so if you stick with the numbers on the expenses side as of right now, you can just approve the revenue side.
That's a 429, right? Are we talking about the other funding?
Other funding for the school, yeah,
So that's the, what number was that?
that's 535,000.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the it's like the Medicaid, the CTE tuition, the fee rentals.
All right, so I'll make a motion to, for the other funding for school in the amount of $535.
Thousand.
535,000.
What did I say?
Dollars.
Oh, 535,000, sorry.
Second.
535, so did you lose me? 535 from the 429?
No,
Or
so
up?
so
No.
it's the other funding school.
The other
It's
funding?
the 150,000 for Medicaid, 235,000 for
So-
CTE, and then the 50,000 for the use of facility rentals.
Do we have those numbers, right? So we're just, okay, I just want to double check them, because okay.
So
We have a motion and second?
I seconded
You
it.
seconded? All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton. Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Last is tax department and revenue. So, just a couple things. Obviously, the first line we can't change, but, I had changed it to the prior year taxes to 400,000, based on the actuals. And then I would suggest lowering the penalty of 200,000.
Lowering it?
But, yeah,
Okay.
Why?
because, this is revenue brought in from MCA, a good portion of it at least. And because we had given MCA a lot of accounts all at first, we had a lot of revenue when we had first started with them back in 2022, as you can see. Over time, that's gonna keep decreasing. So we could stick with the 200,000, but I'm not sure how much more revenue we might be able to get compared to last year.
How much is out there with them?
I don't have a dollar figure, I'm sorry, I don't have it. And they don't always collect 100% of what's out there with them.
No, but at least we could take a percentage of it or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, they must have
An
some type
idea.
of success rate.
Because we also adjust off quite a bit too.
Yeah, it was over 100, right? I think.
So, Tony,
what are you
what were you
suggesting?
recommending?
I was gonna say 175 just to be on the cautious side.
So we have no idea what's out there?
I don't have a current, no, I don't even, I would have to email them and see what they have on the books.
Well, I mean,
That
it's-
seems risky.
It's not gonna keep going down forever, though. I mean, there will be other accounts that they'll get as they
Over time, yeah,
come, so, I
but-
mean, I think it.
Yeah, we had a huge,
Right.
surge up at the
Initially.
front. But there's like a minuscule, what?
What are you saying?
There's no more motor vehicle anymore.
And that's most of the
Yeah.
accounts they
I'm
were
sorry,
getting.
what?
Can you talk into the mic, please?
We gave them motor vehicle accounts. We don't tax motor vehicle anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So everything, they're gonna collect less and less for us now.
That
Cause
was-
real estate
Oh.
goes to tax sale.
So then we should really not have nothing.
We should
like-
budget 0?
No,
Like
we,
maybe
we
25.
collect interest too here when someone brings in a late payment. So there is some interest that we collect, but then there's some that MCA collects.
But we also write off a ton of,
From MCA, yeah, but not the stuff that we have that's like a year old, or even if someone brings it a month late, they're paying some penalty.
Okay, well, if you,
50.
do we think 175 is
that's fine.
reasonable? I mean, based on what we don't know?
Well, sounds
Not
like,
if there's been an abundance and now it's gonna go down, I mean,
I think they're making the argument it should be lower, but
cause we only so far collected 197 this year, which is down from 235, and if you said there's not much remaining out there, to bring it down to 175, it's only like 20,000 less than what we collected this year. I don't know. Maybe 75.
Be on the safe
Could
side.
do
Go
150?
up.
I mean, we don't know what,
Yeah.
we.
I don't know, you're just like guessing at this
Just
point.
If
guessing.
if we knew what was out there, we could figure a percentage of it, but.
No, do 150, just to move it along, I think. I mean, we don't know, we won't know in 10 minutes.
Right.
So,
So if we go a little on the high side, it's just playing it safe.
actually, we
Well,
should be going on the
should
low
go lower.
side to play
You
it
want
safe.
even lower?
No, if you go higher, you don't collect it, now you're short revenue.
Right, so
You don't
what do
want
we
that.
feel about like 50 or 75,000, is that too low?
I think that's too low, because even before we had MCA, we still collect prior year taxes on our own. We still collect penalty on our own without the collection agency.
What were we collecting in like 21 and 19 or 20 or any year prior to MCA? Maybe take out 20. 'cause
We'll
it was
pull up the
COVID,
3-year
but
history.
Prior to 22.
Right.
Well, we have that right here, so in 22 is 332, but
No,
when did we
I
get
wanna know.
MCA?
That's when we
22.
started with
I
MCA.
want
We're
the
gonna pull
prior.
up the 3 years
we
before.
had them
Yeah.
as an agency.
If we were collecting like 150, then we just put the 150, but
Okay. Every penny counts. Literally.
I think we have to go back and visit capital.
Mhm. Okay, I want to hold this up, so. Let's put 100 and just call it a day. What do you think?
I'm hoping you have taking a second.
Right, can we do anything else while he's doing that, or is that just the last item for that one?
So what about the stabilized exemption? What do you think for that? You leaving it at,
Honestly, that one's based on the sales of homes of people who are in the program. That one's really hard to predict. I mean, based on the actuals, it does look like it could go up, but based on the actuals, when I had done this,
so is that
obviously I thought it needed to drop at the time, so it can change. You never know when someone in the program's gonna sell their house.
see what's the 5.
So, I mean, maybe just leave it at 11,000, seems to be where it's been, right? or something.
Yeah, if you put it at 11,
Okay, let's put it at 11. Do we need to vote on that?
No, we're gonna vote on the whole line.
The whole thing?
My eye's twitching.
so we'll do the penalty first.
Mhm.
In 2018, we collected, where's the amount? All right, 237,000. In 2019, the interest was 232,000. Give me 2020. 2020 was 234,000.
Okay, well, I would put it up then.
All of those years were before we had a collection agency.
Mhm.
But we also had motor vehicle bills back then
Right.
too, which kind of changed the dynamic.
Mhm.
All right, so maybe 175.
Yeah.
All right, how about we go with 175?
Good. Okay,
So we have 400,000 in prior year, 11,000 in stabilized exemption, and 175,000 in penalty.
Did you want the historical for the prior year taxes as well?
do you have it handy?
Yeah.
I do.
Well, sure.
So 2018 was 500,000, 2019 was 563, and 2020 was 546. But again, that was also including motor vehicle where we had like tax blocks, registration blocks, sorry.
Yeah, I think we could.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a steady drop since 22. I mean, it peaked in 22, but since then it's been a steady drop, so. I hate to see us go too high and,
Okay, let's leave it. What's the total then?
I mean, I think 400 is even high.
Right now it's at, I had, what you see is 400,000, but I would
Can't
say-
hear you.
Right now you have 400,000 in front of you. So are you asking for the department total?
Please.
Department total is 36,081,373.18. Do you want the levy? Levy right now is a 2.32% levy.
Hmm.
And what's the current tax revenue?
Oh, current tax, sorry, that's 35,501,373.18. The current year taxes.
But we're still off from revenue versus expenses, right? Are we in balance?
Yeah, we always balance because we take the expenses minus what we make in-house, and then that is our current year taxes. We always end up balancing, no matter what.
Okay, well, we can go back and look at our expenses and see where we need to cut to bring that levy down if you want. That's the only other option right now. Okay. Mhm.
Okay, so can we go to and look at some of these reserves and see where we can maybe plug some of these reserves?
Yeah, I think one of them was the clerk I mentioned yesterday,
They did have
that part-time position.
Yeah.
I think we could fund that with a reserve, but, because it
Yeah,
sounds like it's
yeah.
more 10, like 5. If it's gonna be more than that, then forget that idea.
So there's like 30,900 for legal, between legal expenditures and professional services legal. Is this something we need on the reserves?
I don't know if it will be needed, but I know the current year's budget was fully expended, and a little, the 7,000 you see used here is for overages. So I advise keeping some, because you never know what comes up in legal.
When I had sent I'll wait for the solicitor, but when I had sent the department budget request to David, he had mentioned that there might be expectations for higher legal costs in the next fiscal year. So and I had told him what was in the reserves.
For extraordinary litigation, you thinking? Is
Yeah.
that what you're saying?
Yeah. he's been talking
David,
about
on the reserves, we have 30,900 in, legal expenditures and professional services legal.
From 23.
Do you anticipate that we would need that on the reserves, or is that something that we can use?
We don't need that, we don't need that in reserve, we only have another month left.
Mm.
There
Yeah.
might be some outstanding bills.
It's for this upcoming.
Like to have on
See-
standby in case the current year, the
Yeah.
one they're
So
approving
how much are they
goes over.
reserving this year?
Because the current year went over.
It did?
Yes, and I've got we've used
How much
7,000 of reserves over,
How much went over?
7,000.
7,000. So maybe half of it then?
Yeah.
Half of it?
Okay,
We can apply against legal if we want.
okay. Hold on.
Does that
So-
make sense?
Yep,
Yeah,
so what's that total?
so can we take 15,000 of that 24 and leave the 6,900 there? So if we do, if we can take 15,000 of the 2023 reserve professional services legal and replace that into the legal line in,
Extraordinary.
administration, is that administrator's budget, or is that finance with a legal?
It's legal.
Has its own?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to move 15,000 from 2023 reserve professional services legal to the legal fees line in the 2025 budget.
Second?
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Beauregard?
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes.
Okay, what else?
Professional services in DPW.
And assessing also.
We have a couple invoices for the end of the year that's using that all up. I worked with accounts payable today on that.
Okay, thank you.
How about DPW bathrooms? We can take that?
You can take that.
That's the playground equipment.
What?
Can we go towards like the playground equipment or something? Or what is?
Oh, yeah, well, no, well,
Um,
so we'll transfer it to where?
No, no,
One
just
second.
back there. There's no capital for DPW, so you'd have to go to highway or Parks and Rec.
Well, why does it have to be capital? Doesn't?
Oh, I guess you could use it for. What would you put it towards?
We can use it on.
How much is it for? 9,200?
Yep,
So can we, can I make a motion to move the, 2021 reserve DPW bathrooms in the amount of 9,200 to fund, 9,200 of the street lighting and highway? Can I do that?
So we don't move it, I just need you to make a motion to change the purpose of it in
Change the
reserves. It
wording of
stay,
it? All
yeah,
right,
because
so
it stays
change
in
it to-
reserves.
Or you know what, can we just change it to like?
And then we can reduce, then Tony can reduce the line that you're referencing
But-
in the current budget.
Alright, so let's just do a
But-
CapEx thing.
Do we want, I just hesitate putting it towards ongoing expenses.
Let's just put it towards a capital.
A capital, yeah,
Mhm.
I just wanna, no structural deficits. So is there anything in Parks and Rec?
I mean, you could probably just put it towards heavy equipment, right, cause that's where everything's kinda going, even on the reserves, right?
Yeah.
In highway?
Yeah,
Yep, sure.
Okay, do you need to make a motion?
so that was a motion,
Second?
we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Street lighting, wasn't the cost supposed to go down over time at one point? Or is that a different thing I'm thinking of?
With Prism?
With Prism, wasn't the whole argument that we would buy the lights, that the cost would eventually decline? It seems like we're still paying quite a few dollars. Just curious. That's all.
Costs went down from a utility standpoint, but utility rates went up, so it's kind of,
Washing.
yeah.
Thanks, Paul.
How about the reserve for snow and ice removal? There's 20,651 in reserves. Can we replace that, put that into your budget, or lower it?
I just wanna see if I still have the same amount of money in my operational.
Are they reserving any money this year?
Yeah, you can take that, I'm all set.
You're all set with that?
20,000.
So I'd like to make a motion to, the 2023 reserve for snow and ice removal in the amount of 20,651.77.
Second motion.
Rename that to to replace the, to lower the ice removal on this budget
Parks and Rec?
in highway. Yeah, snow and ice removal for highway.
They're taking the whole thing.
Yeah, we're gonna move the whole 20,651.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
I just want to clarify on the wording. We're not going to move it staying in reserves. We're just reducing the
You're
current.
reducing the
Okay.
budget
Budget.
and, yeah.
Okay.
Which one did you see for?
The town clerk. So it was 2018 election expense reserve for 5815. And it sounded like that was, the help that they were looking for was temporary help. I don't know if the intent is more than that, then to get the conversation, but,
Where is it?
oh, is it gone?
It's here.
Oh, it's gone. You're right. Looked at the wrong line.
Where's the question? The demo and Hallowell, it's complete, right? Is that bill, they all paid up?
Yeah, we're all set then.
So there's in here, we have a reserve for $125,000, am I reading that right?
No, I think it's gone, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that should-
reserves are gone.
Yeah, see, it's
There was a
zeroed
usage
out
of it.
in this column.
There's still some under Hallowell, but that's for the master plan.
Oh, I see, okay.
That should be done too,
That
though.
should be done. Should have been done a long time
Should
ago.
have paid up already. We approved all invoices.
Yeah, because remember we had the back and forth on that, and we said, oh, make sure, because they kept popping up, and you said, I'll check, and then you told us that they were done, so.
No, I think that's done. It's zeroed out.
Yeah,
I think we've been,
It's zeroed out.
okay.
maybe next year, Tony. There's no money in it.
Hallowell, what, please?
Where's that?
Where do you see that?
We don't have that
We don't
one.
have that.
No.
Okay. Okay, so Hallowell, now can you tell us again? Miscellaneous, 20, are you talking 2021 Hallowell master plan?
The one right below it that just says Hallowell master plan, it has 36,000 still in it.
So
I
what
thought
did,
we were trying to find, like, well, I thought we were trying to find an additional 60 for that 120.
yeah. Yeah,
That
I'm
was what
confused
that
on
was
what's going on
for.
with thought all that was used up.
I haven't gotten any invoices, right?
For the master plan?
I haven't
Not-
received any new invoices for it.
No, we
I
haven't.
thought they,
Anytime I
we
have
paid them all.
Invoices is for
Right.
the, actual demolition, not for the master plan. I haven't
Right.
received any.
Well, that was what the BH&A invoices were for, so that should have been, I remember there was discussion over, there was a few outstanding, and I think you looked into the last
Yeah,
ones,
those
so
are all set.
I think those should be all done.
Yeah, those are all set, but I haven't received any invoices for master plan.
That was part of the master plan, I believe.
So is this 36,376
So I don't know where
available?
we expensed it from.
I think we should take it and reduce our budget.
Well, let's just make sure, because we were trying to find 60,000 all
Right.
over the place, and
It wasn't budgeted one time, and then,
Based on what I remember Jeff Porter bringing, the number was, they needed me to find an additional 53.7 to make up, and we did, we reclassed it from other reserves to come up with those funds. I don't know why it's not all spent, though.
I wouldn't take it.
I wouldn't touch it till we know for sure.
We haven't
We probably paid the
Received
invoices
any-
and never applied.
invoices though.
Yeah, I think I would wait on that one, because that was so controversial trying to
Okay.
find that money.
Okay, what else?
So, the 2016 contingency reserves for EMA equipment, 4,149.77. Can we use that to lower the 1,750 for the capital?
I don't see why not. It hasn't been used since 2016.
Right, so can we,
I'm fine with it. I
Okay.
don't, and Peter's not here to speak to it, so. I don't-
Okay. You wanna make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to move the 2016 contingency reserves EMA equipment in the amount of $1,750 for the EMA capital request in the 2025 budget.
Second motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Wait, there's not that much in EMA capital.
So do you wanna just take the 1750 in EMA capital?
EMA capital 1750, right?
You're just zeroing that amount out?
And leaving the rest in reserves?
Just leave the rest in reserves, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Unless you want to put it to operating.
What are we looking at?
On the back.
Oh, back of this- oh, I see, that's the whole thing.
So are we taking just 1750 or are we?
Yeah, just 1750.
Okay.
Do we know about any of this planning reserves?
Well, Branch Village project was 2015.
Just real quick, before we move on to other reserves, I checked, BH&A invoices were paid for master plan, so
Yeah.
I don't know why the money's
Yeah,
sitting in the
I
account.
know, I'm positive. that
did it come, maybe it came in less than what Jeff Porter had originally brought
I
to
don't know,
us?
I don't know, all I know is that the invoices that we all voted on were for the
Yeah,
master plan, so that's why,
absolutely.
I can't speak to the accounting of it, but just,
Yeah, I think it's available. I really think we need to take it.
sounds like we
Well, at
paid it
least
and
we
never
know it's there.
applied anything
So,
against it.
no, I was concerned because the Hello line, that's, I didn't know any of those were, some of those invoices were for master plan specifically, I thought it was for other. So, no, it's not available. It ended up being applied to the general fund, which we're gonna have to reclass for the end of the fiscal year, so that's not available.
Okay.
See, it wasn't even there to begin with.
Yeah, that's the only one.
So Branch Village project, 2015 contingency reserves, 47,000.
What line again, sorry?
2015
Planning, under
contingency,
planning,
Branch River.
Branch Village.
I know the planner used some of it, he reclassed some of it this year, and I believe he said the rest was available.
All right, so why don't we move that to a capital somewhere?
Madam President, are you referring to the planning, the 15,000?
No, the 47,000.
47,000, okay. I
Yeah.
just want to know what you're referring to.
Yeah, the Branch
2015.
Village project is from 2015.
We had started that and never finished it. It was a sewer project too.
I just wanted to follow along.
Yep.
But more towards capital and highway or more towards capital and parks and rec? We doing heavy equipment?
Mm.
Might as well. That's where our biggest chunk is, right?
Either there or police or fire, whichever one.
Playground.
Hmm?
It's cleaner for me if it's all the same, the heavy equipment, honestly.
Okay, let's put it there, and if we have to move it. So, I'd like to make a motion to move the 2015 contingency reserves from Branch Village project in the amount of $47,050 for heavy equipment in the 2025 capital budget.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Same thing would be going down several lines, professional legal services, amend and revise NS zoning code, land development and subdivision regs.
No, I think you need that one.
So
That's
that's
the one
from the
that-
2015 that he reclassed?
That's the one for the committee we just
That's the one
formed,
he reclassed?
to look at the state law.
Okay.
You could take the,
What's those two little ones total?
I was just gonna say, take those.
What are those total?
The 205 and the 1850, not the last two, but the middle two, the $205 and the 1850.
2,000.
Those two.
$2,020.12.
All right, so let's go and plan.
How about this one? IT reserve. 24, going back
I
21.
think they said we couldn't take anything in IT.
IT reserve. Back to 21, no?
No,
That's for the website.
yeah.
Anything in IT reserves is either for the website or for other unexpected expenses throughout the fiscal year.
You want to keep some in reserves.
Madam President,
So, all right, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, when you get a minute, I want to just bring something to your attention. I see the general code line is now empty, and I don't know if you put anything in general code this year, but we need money in general code for the update, and we may need money in general code if the VP project with regard to the charter changes go on the ballot. So that's going to be general code work.
Yeah.
It's not gonna just be a matter of us, this all becomes general code work now that we have general code. So I don't know what that money is, but you should put some money in that account. If you don't have it in your budget, maybe you could take it from the reserve and put it in the budget, or create a general code, put some money into this general code reserve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna be looking for that money.
I think general code was in the budget, right, Joanne?
Is it?
2 line items?
Is it? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
I didn't look at it.
Okay, so you're good.
I don't know.
It depends how many updates I do. Right now, I'm going to do probably 2.
Can you put your?
Well, here's a question. So, any of the changes for the state regulation with the new zoning committee,
Mhm.
right? All the land use table and the ordinances that follow suit, that's gotta be codified through general code?
Yes,
So will that put you over budget?
definitely.
So definitely, okay.
Yeah.
Could you reclass this election expense when we just looked at?
Okay, well,
That's in reserves.
wanna put
We
that
can do
in?
that. That's, I think that's
2024?
fine.
Is that what we're looking at?
Yes.
All right.
$20.
So Joanne has money in election expense redistricting in the reserves. She said if you change that to general code, that could be the backup for anything else they need done.
How much?
There's $12,035.73.
Do you want us to move that now, or we just move it later? Move it now?
You can make a motion to move it now,
All right.
and I'll,
Can we just go back for planning a minute? So FY '23 budget, planning, education, training, and traffic study in Sousa property, there's $205.12. And then also FY '23 budget, professional services planning from Sousa property, there's $1,815 for a total of $2,020.12. Can we rename that for, I just had planning.
Heavy equipment.
Hmm?
Heavy equipment.
yeah, that's fine for now.
Okay, second?
Oh, sorry, we have motion and second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. And then a motion for the 2022 reserve for election expense / redistricting in amount of $12,035.73. If we can reclass that to the 2023 reserve for general code.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. How about the education and training and finance?
Where are you?
You got $2,826.
Let me just see. Oh, where the hell is it? Oh, what about this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, should be done, right?
Right?
So I ended up lowering, I just wanted to verify before I said anything, but I ended up lowering the training in my department because to bank on what I have here for GFOA and other gap things that I need to
Okay.
go
So
for.
leave it at that, okay. What about capital reserves under miscellaneous for the concession stand bathroom facilities that's left over after the project? Mhm. Unemployment also.
It's not up to date. I just asked him. Stem numbers, though,
Yeah,
maybe.
what the heck is that? I have to find out. Okay,
Where is that? I saw that earlier.
second page.
It's
three
on the last
quarters of the
page.
way down. I'm sorry, last page. Under miscellaneous.
So I think, I remember having discussions with Councilman Beauregard and somebody else to update the speakers.
Yeah,
That's what that's there for. We just haven't moved forward with it yet.
but the speakers are updated.
They're done?
I was there all
Okay.
season long. They, I mean, it's
And then,
beautiful.
so let's,
Hmm. We did
I have a few
approve
notes here.
that.
Let me just verify that this is,
I don't know where the money came from because we did authorize that.
it ended up, it
Probably
ended
got
up
applied
going
to the
through here,
general
but there's a few other things that we ended,
done.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, the speakers are there.
Okay, so 9375 is available?
Sounds like it.
Okay, where do you want that, Kim?
Might as well just keep, so you're lowering the heavy equipment line, right? Is that what you're doing? You can just keep doing that.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to move or to rename $9,375 from the 2019 capital reserves concession stand bathroom facilities to heavy equipment.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Can I inquire about the, it says RIDE reimbursable capital projects, but it must be RIDEM, do you think? For Stamina Mills demolition in 20,
Honestly, I think when we put that in there in FY '23, I feel like it's just confusing us that it's sitting in there because we're not using it from there. So I can make a journal entry and move it into the RIDE capital project fund. That way it's not sitting in reserves and it's in the fund so everyone knows.
Wait, so what is it for? I mean, it says from the demos.
Well, so it
Stamina
was,
Mill.
it was originally in reserves to do the demo of Stamina Mill, but then the council
Well, that was-
reclassed that money to supplement RIDE reimbursable capital projects in the 2023 budget. So we reduced the 2023 budget for the RIDE reimbursable capital projects by that 11,746.
So this is not
And it's sitting in reserves, but
available really, because it's already
it
been
should be going to the RIDE project. So I can just make a journal entry to move it out of reserves and put it directly into that fund. Does that make more sense? Yeah, I'll make that entry.
If that's where it should be, yeah. And then, how about, the last one, I guess, is 2023 reserve for art committee. So can we just zero out the art committee budget in here? Because it was like $1,000. We have 1245, so they just got more money. There we go. So I make a motion to, for 2023 reserve for the art committee in the amount of $1,245.98, and to rename it for the 2025 art committee
Second,
FY25 budget.
second,
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Right beneath that, land assessment.
I
No,
think it's only 1,000, yeah.
yeah, but it's 1,000.
Yeah.
Just gonna sit there, rather use it. Yeah? Okay. Make a motion to move rename the $1,000 in land assessment to heavy equipment.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes?
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question for the, beneath that assigned, so the assigned fund balance, that streetlight project, closed out Fund 055, so can I just, I'm confused with it. I mean, is it not there?
That, so it's not in committed fund balance because that was something, it's assigned and it was done under Cynthia. That was when the streetlight project, we had an energy grant, I believe, at one point, and it didn't cost us as much as we thought, so we still have funds there. So every time that DPW has work that needs to be done above and beyond the contract that we have with Prism to maintain the lights, when they're adding new poles and such, we're hitting that line and using that instead of hitting the operating budget, because that's what that grant's intent was for. It was for the streetlight project. So it's still being used for streetlights.
Okay, so do you know how much, I mean, so that's 249 is sitting there,
Yes,
ready to be tapped
I guess.
in the unlikely event?
I don't
of a
know.
water line?
I just didn't know, I think Cynthia assigned it there because we didn't know if they were grant funds, so we didn't know if they could be spent on anything other than streetlights.
And that was, when, do we know? What year?
That
Prism?
started under Jason
Probably.
and finished with Cynthia. That was when we were buying the streetlights
Right.
from National Grid. It was a long time ago, but I don't know I wasn't involved in the grant piece itself, so I don't know the restrictions. So that's why we've kept it, that's why Cynthia moved it and kept it to keep using it for that streetlight
Let's take
stuff.
some of that, seriously. We could take some.
So I agree, it's a large number. And like Jerry Ann said, we're constantly changing. Any change that
Right.
we make goes to LED now. So basically, if I have to change any street light, it's in the area of $2,500 to $4,000. All the components of that
Right.
to convert them all over. So, I mean, I probably put 2 or 3 requests a month in.
Okay, so if we took 10,000,
Oh, yeah.
that's not a problem?
I thought you were gonna take more than that.
20,000? Yep. Who's saying shush?
Oh, did I say that? I was gonna say,
No.
I was gonna say 25,000, because it's still, if it 249?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're in good shape.
Restricted?
So, Chief,
Unrestricted.
sorry, are you done?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to,
Go ahead.
no, I think it's unrestricted, correct? It was only restricted by virtue of the fact that we thought because it was a grant utilized for energy, should stay in the energy realm.
Correct.
Okay.
Chief Chartier, you have 2022 reserve for fire equipment, and it's a small balance of $543.87, and also 2023 reserve for protective clothing for $1,025.15. You need these small balances, or can I
Put it
just
in
put them
there.
towards your capital this year? Yeah, you can put that towards capital. Okay. All right, I'd like to make a motion for,
Okay.
all right, make a motion, 2022 reserve fire equipment in the amount of
No, we ended up using that for the generator, I'm sorry. That's, it's not updated. We had just done this like earlier this week.
Well, we haven't paid it out of here yet.
Right, we
but
had, it
it
hasn't
will
been
be.
expensed, it's about to be expensed in the next payment of bills. But that's not available.
The
Not neither of
548,
them?
Neither of them, yeah, that was used for capital in fire.
so back to the streetlight project. If we took 25,000. Anybody have any,
What are we using?
dire need, where to put it?
The 25,000?
Mhm.
I mean, you could always put it towards police capital, or,
Okay. I'd like to rename 25,000 from the, excuse me, streetlight project. I don't know how to identify it. Closed out.
Can you use the word committed for me?
Committed.
Because we're gonna move it
Not
from assigned,
renewed.
but the town council's gonna commit it
Committing it.
now, yeah.
To police capital for 25,000.
so that's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Is that much on- So, Ray, you have a couple of small balances for 2021 reserve community events for $404.03, and also a 2022 capital reserve for the animal control van truck in the amount of $1,392.18.
You can take the 1392 from animal control. I was gonna use the 404 for some miscellaneous expenses for the Kids' Day,
Okay.
July 6th.
All right, make a motion to 2022 capital reserve animal control van / truck reserve in the amount of $1,392.18.
Second?
You finish?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And rename that to heavy equipment for the 2025 capital budget.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Everyone's in a hurry. All right, I think, how about drainage improvements? Do you need that 2,068?
I believe that's been expended.
Okay,
I can double check if
That's
you need
fine.
me to, but I think it's gone.
all right, I think we used everything.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone see anything else? Anyone see anything?
Yeah, the Pacheco Park entrance from 2018. When we got the land and demolished the house, right? On that property, is that still available? Is that's been taken care of, right?
Yeah, but, no, but we're gonna need that.
That's for
It's gonna cost
engineering.
a lot more to do the entrance.
So this is going toward future,
Yes.
okay.
Anyone else see anything?
From the reserves?
Hmm?
From the reserves?
Yeah. I think that's pretty much it. So we have a new number?
Start with the expense?
Start with what?
Do you want to start with the expense, the new
Yeah.
expense
Yeah.
total?
Yeah, see
Yes.
how we did.
So we have a new expense total of 52,985,025.47. Revenue is gonna be the same. Obviously, the levy is now at 1.94. It's pretty nice.
It's at 1.97,
It's at 1.94.
94?
So what's the actual tax revenue number?
The current year taxes is 35,367,934.11, which is down from the current fiscal year.
Could
Sorry,
you-
it's up, never mind. I lied.
What?
It's up or down?
I was making an incorrect assessment, never mind. It's up. It's up by 1.95% from the current year.
And the number again, I'm sorry, is 35?
35,367,934.11.
Thank you.
Okay. Better.
Anyone want to make any other changes?
My only question is the, that's 75,000 for the fund balance,
Yeah.
without it really knowing what it's for.
Yeah.
I just have a hard time passing something not knowing what that's for. Because I know that there is a contingency line item as well. I saw the pass-through on the expense side of the 75, but I think there's another line item unless I crisscross my lines. So,
It was already zeroed out on the revenue side.
the 75?
Yeah, because it wasn't passed.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't pass it?
No, we said we'd come back if we needed to.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. If we don't need to use it, I'd rather not put it in the
Mm.
budget.
Quick question for Tony. How much are we over on the fund balance from what our ordinance says? I think we're at like 17%. Should be at like 16 is the high end.
13.
Hmm?
13, a little bit higher. What are we at, 17?
I think we're at 17, yeah. I think the top end's 16.
We could be,
I think it was 17 for FY '23, but I think we're higher than that by a little.
Okay.
I think this is a reasonable,
I mean,
what's that, what's the levy we said?
technically by you
Okay.
taking these reserves, it's taking the fund balance away, essentially.
No, it's
No.
unreserved. It's unassigned, I'm
That's
asking.
unassigned.
But when you look at the audit, it's gonna have a net negative when you look at our,
From the unassigned.
I know they're class different, but I'm just saying, when
Yeah.
you look at it, it's
No,
gonna-
that,
just like when you look at our
That's
audit for the latest fiscal year, has a negative as if we lost money because we used more reserves. I'm just making that aware.
Okay, I think we were still 17% even after last year for the audit. I used the audit to come up with that.
All right, anyone want to make any changes or revisit any line items?
what did we say the levy was?
1.94.
195. Did you round up to 95?
Right. Not bad.
Are we good?
Yep.
I had a 195.
Madam President,
Yeah.
I don't have a motion for the school.
I don't think we ever made one.
We haven't made
Okay.
it yet.
Okay.
Okay, what do we need to do here?
Actually, I want to throw out an idea, since we're talking about the budget and the fund balance. I know one of the major concerns I've heard is the reduced number of recycling canisters that everyone's getting, right? You get one for 2 weeks, right? And so I want to throw out this idea, if we use some of the fund balance to create maybe a program. I know there's grants out there for the future years, but maybe create a program where we move some of the fund balance money that's already sitting in our accounts that people are being taxed on, and say, okay, maybe for the first 6 months or whatever many time period, the town, if you request it, the town will cover it. It will serve as like a grant program. The town will cover the cost of that additional barrel.
Well, I guess the only question I would have is, how does that impact the overall program? Are we encouraging?
One time, that was taught in school. Some of your children went to Hallowell. They came to school, taught all about recycling, even had someone dressed like a recycler. And they went over what is good recycling, what's bad, what you may call recycling, and every year they came. Just like at one time, the fire department would go to the elementaries and teach about fire safety, etc. One of the kids would get dressed, or a teacher that unfortunately was in the area, in some of the equipment, realizing how heavy this is. It can be made into a form of education. I believe that thoroughly. And when kids, you really get the kids on it, they'll drive their parents crazy to do it. It's a motivational process. We did that for years.
The recycling is a program through Rhode Island Resource Recovery. So that's how that all starts, the education.
Right.
And believe me when I tell you, the school department needs to educate their children on recycling.
Absolutely.
Probably the biggest flaw we have in our recycling program. With that said, how you want to address the recycling, extra recycling bins is entirely up to you. Right now, we're going to charge people, if they want an extra recycling bin, for a 64-gallon and a 96-gallon. They can have their choice, but they pay for that second or third container if they want. With regard to the trash barrels, everyone's given one, depending on how the units that they have, 2 unit, 3 family units, 4 or whatever. We've now come up and finally solidified a number that will take me, when I go over my cap, because of the extra trash barrels, we're going to have a lease program that we're going to implement, and it's going to be $325 for an additional trash barrel. That's a 1-year lease that the people will have to sign up for to get that second thing through us. So if you want to have people pay for an extra recycling.
Well, the recycling doesn't impact you, right?
Recycling is a savings to the town.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. If we
the
can
more we recycle, the lower the cap is. I mean, the lower the tipping fee is.
The only reason I'm asking is I know we were talking about the fund balance, and, you know, we have some money in there that's over the percentage. And so I know that there's a lot of, like, you know, families out there that have a lot of, like, boxes, you know, especially if you have young kids or whatever, right? I mean, just today you order from Amazon. I mean, you could there's probably people that have like 10 boxes delivered a day, or who knows, a week, right? I mean, in theory, you could get a delivery just ordering 3 things, 3 different cars, 3 different boxes. So I think the one bin is creating a problem, and it's going to create a problem, and that's where a lot of the frustrations I heard. And I think if the town has the ability to, I think we should offer that out to residents. I think if we're going to ask people to pay, hey, if you want a second trash bin, you're going to have to pay $325. And then you're going to have to pay an additional $65 on top of, or $95 on top of that for recycling. That's over $400 just for extra bins. I think that's kind of a disservice, but.
That is the number we need to attain when we go over our cap.
For the trash. Yeah, I'm talking just recycling.
Not the recycling.
Yeah,
So
I'm just saying if we can
you
alleviate
want-
on the recycling side.
Right, and our recycling rate's gone from 29% to 22%. So everybody who speaks about recycling, we need to step our game up, and that's where the education comes in.
I don't
And that's
disagree.
when, if people want to buy, or if you want to give them an extra recycling cart, that's fine with me. The more recycling carts, the more money is generated on the town side through diversion rates.
I think that, I get what you're saying, but I think that would really amounts to a regressive tax, because you're asking people now who don't need a second to pay for the people who do. I didn't like the whole thing in the beginning, but I'm kind of coming around to it. But you're asking people to, don't need a second one. Someone's gonna pay for that, someone's gonna pony up that money. And you're asking the people, a lot of people will make do with what they have. And the people, you're asking them to pay extra, ultimately taxing them to subsidize the people who need more recycling.
But it's not a regressive tax.
Sure it is.
They're
because
already
you-
being
you-
taxed on the money sitting in the account.
but you
I'm
s-
just saying, I don't think I'm explaining it correctly, so I apologize. I think what I'm trying to say is we have money, the money that comes in, Tony, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but if we move money from the fund balance, it washes out, right? In the budget?
Yeah, you put an equal amount on revenue and expense.
Right, so it doesn't increase the tax rate.
Correct.
Correct. So you would then have a program set up, say 6 months or a year, whatever you want to set it up. And then if somebody comes in, they can say, hey, I want extra recycling bin, we record it, pay for it. And then at the end, you put the money back in the fund balance if you decide not to keep the program running. And then when the program draws out, it's gone, it's out of the fund balance. The percentage will recalculate against the budget. So it's not, we're not taxing anybody additionally, we're just trying to extend
Well,
additional service.
Maybe not on the spot,
Yeah.
but the money was still put there by people's tax money.
Right, we're paying for it every year right now.
Right, but the money was still put into that pool of money by taxpayers. So everybody's entitled to that money equally, not just the people who need an extra bin.
I see what you're saying. I'm just saying it doesn't need to be solved tonight, but is it worth a discussion?
Yeah,
I
coming
get
up?
it,
Yeah.
but
Not bad.
we gotta be fair about it too.
And I think I think we need to give the program a chance.
Just gonna say that.
And then
before
see
we
what
start.
happens. I think sometimes people, when there's change, they get nervous and they think it's never gonna work, because it's not what I've been doing for the last 15 years, right? So let's see if it works, and if it doesn't, then if we have multiple issues that we need to address, I think we can do them as we go along. I would rather see that right now. I think what I'd like to do is vote on the school and
Yeah.
get the budget passed.
Yeah, I just think, okay.
Okay. All right, so we're at the school. Anyone like to make a motion?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah?
So I'm just a little confused. What Terry was saying one thing, am I right? Terry was saying one thing, but you were saying another, so you weren't, I just want to make sure I understand, because it seems like she was recommending the 200,000 go from capital into the budget, but you were saying no?
It's really 310. It's really 310.
310?
310, yeah.
What I was saying was, we really need that 529. If that fails and you don't see our needs, then we are looking for you to take 191,000 from the capital towards our budget, leaving us 119 for ride reimbursement projects in the capital. But I'm pushing for the 529.
Okay.
Because I don't want to know that we can't get a reading specialist, or we can't have the counselors or psychologists for our children.
Well, Terry, that brings up another question, though. We always, nobody up here wants to see like a reading interventionist or math interventionist or counselor cut. So why do we go there? Why aren't we saying, oh, we might have to cut an administrator? Why do we have to go to the worst case scenario? Maybe maybe we can cut from the top instead of at the bottom.
It's not that many at the top.
Well,
This is-
there have been new ones, so, new positions, right? Now, he's got a point.
But the new positions are working out.
That's right.
Oh, I know, and I don't doubt it, but I'm just saying it's a shame to say, oh, I don't want, nobody wants to see an interventionist cut or for an event kind, math, English, whatever. But if we're talking about cuts, why are we talking about cutting those critical people? Those critical teachers?
If they're so critical.
That's why I want the 529.
So I just want to
That's
ask, 'cause
what works.
That's a good point you brought up about
Very good.
the capital. So Terry, you're saying pull but leave some money from
Pull
ride.
some from the capital,
On
but
top of the
leave
529?
some. No, no, no.
Oh,
No, to
okay.
get us to the 529.
And then last night though, it was, Lisa, you said you would be willing to cut all the capital, right?
Can we have the, hold on, Lisa.
Right. I just want to make sure, because I'm just seeing two different things. I just want to make sure, that's all.
Okay, it's very confusing.
So
So-
said another way, if all the capital's cut and you get the 429, do you have to cut anybody? Outside of the one person that I know you said?
We would have to cut the reading interventionist.
But you know what, but Mr. Bjerg does bring up a good
Yeah.
point. Why is this reading teacher the one on the line when there's plenty of other, like, support staff or anyone else that maybe doesn't support the children as much as this reading teacher? And I know, Terry, you keep saying you want the 529, but you're just saying, I want the 529.
No,
but you're not
and
telling
I
us-
understand that. I guess as I listen to the budget, every department has its needs, and I don't
Right.
hear you saying, what can you cut
What can we cut?
from other departments?
I think we've cut a
We've
lot.
already cut
We
a
went
lot.
through the budget, we cut a lot. I mean, we just took all that expense out. What we just did.
Those
we
are
took-
on reserves.
But we took that, that's from taking it out of the budget. So everything we just did, we took that expense out of the budget. That's what we did. And then going through the budget all last night, all we did was cut. That's why it took so long to do it, because we went
Well, I
line
think
by
the
line
cuts
and
were
cut.
based on pay increases.
Right, which we're taking money away from the town employees, so we have money to spend in everywhere else. We did not fund anything over the top this year. Everything was cut.
Okay.
Yeah,
As someone who negotiated the school contract, and we were only able to do 2%, I don't think giving 3% was that much of a cut.
Well, I'm sure there's been other years that the teachers received more than the town did, too. I mean, I'm sure it goes hand in hand every year. I mean, we try and do the best we can for the school, and I think every year, we always try and give that extra bit that we can. That's why we just did that exercise.
No, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's just, and I've sat in your seat, and I've sat on the budget committee, and I'm sitting here now. And I see that the dollars used are going in the right places. And where to find that cut, and it probably comes down to that transportation bill for $100,000 that we weren't expecting. So that kind of throws it all off.
Terry, I'd like to point out, you guys do a great job, the school committee does, the school department does a great job with their budget. They've never come, since I've been around, they've never come back looking for more money 3/4 way through the year. I think you guys do a great job in handling your budget, and regardless of what's thrown at you, you make it work, and I think you should be applauded for that. It's, you work hard, and
And at the end of the day, is this,
I don't know.
so at the end of the day, it will come from salaries. I mean, exactly, we'll have the discussion tomorrow. You had asked about like a position, and I know that like there might be a different position this year, but it was based on last year that we consolidated other positions. So we didn't ask for more money for a new administrative position. We actually reduced it was a special education team chair. We placed it with an administrator who does that role. So someone has to facilitate the special education team meetings to be the LEA. It's an administrator, but that administrator now has multiple roles. And so like it was more transition.
so it wasn't
and
pulled out of thin air.
consolidating.
Right.
So it's not as easy as, oh, well, if we cut that administrator role, well, then we'd have to hire
Okay.
a facilitator.
It was just a
for
question, a
the
fair
LEA.
question.
So I think it's a fair question, so I
Right.
wanted to answer it.
Thank you.
Council, so I was going back and just double checking the numbers to make sure everything balanced, because we're using Excel. I had to re-update the current year taxes, so the levy's now 1.89%. Correct.
And it's a very static budget. It's status quo. This is not like looking ahead. This is not planning. We don't have things in for the multi-generational. We don't have nothing. I mean, it is like bare. It is just to get by day to day.
Yeah.
And the things that we need and that bothers me, to be very honest with you,
That's why I was saying it a few
that
weeks
we're
ago.
not, you know, we don't have the ability at this time, anyway, to
I mean,
take into consideration many other things that we could look at with game plans that we might be able to implement, but I think it's fair. I think it provides, at least it gives a day-to-day operational budget to each department, and, you know, we're gonna, I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy to do it every single time, and I don't envy anybody in this position. It's, or in yours, and I appreciate that you're fighting for, you know, you're in a different role, right? And you're doing the best you can in that role, and that's great, and I would do the same thing, you know, and I appreciate that. And I think everybody's doing a tremendous job. I think we have, you know, we have such a good reputation, and that, you know, and it goes back to the people, right? It's the people that are doing the work that are making it happen, and if we could do millions more for everyone, you know, we'd love to, but sometimes we can't.
And just to clarify, when we did this whole reserve thing, we actually just had a savings of $136,000. So we took $136,000 out of the budget, so we could try and do whatever we can for the school. So I really, you know, I don't want you to think that we're
Right.
not cutting, because we are cutting, so. All right, you ready to
Okay, so where are we?
school?
So what's the number we're looking at? So we can, 3606, 377.15? That's what I have somewhere. No?
3606 is with the,
So how short are we coming, how much are we coming up short with the school with their ask?
About 100,000.
But don't forget, well, all right, I was gonna say there was 106,000 that they didn't think they'd get, but they did get back from the state. Right, so that's good, but that is
Right, but
part of
this-
an
this-
overall ask, included, other issues included in there, yeah.
But this department request of, department request is 22,162,000. That's what you're asking, and even with that 100,000, right? Yeah. Can we, I hate to put it in this term, can we split the baby? I mean, can we meet them halfway, and would that be acceptable?
so you're looking to bring it to 475?
Like, you're 100,000 short. I'm just, and I'm one, right? So I'm not even looking over this, so I don't know if that,
Right, but we came up 429
Yeah, we came up to
from the 529 ask.
But you are looking,
and you're
Additional
so
50,000.
100,000 short.
correct.
Well, you know, I hate to say this, and I'm probably gonna get shot, but I think $100,000 in that $30 million budget is okay. You know, like, I would find it, I'd try to find it, I would buy toilet paper at Job Lot instead of going to, you know, WB Mason, I don't know, it's a lot of money. It's the biggest department we have, it's the most money that goes from everybody's pocket. So I think 100,000 on 30 million isn't a bad.
You know, but they,
And
my,
it's the biggest department in this town. That
Yes,
affects
it
most
is.
lives in this town.
Yes, it is the
Remember that.
biggest.
and it does, they do such a,
Oh, my
like,
God.
my daughter, like, I just wanna, because to make it, bring it home, my daughter just graduated from there, and she had a great education. She had a great experience at the school. She played sports, was in the chorus. It's a great school, and I don't wanna see them, I don't wanna see us get hurt either, but I don't wanna see them get hurt. I don't wanna see them get penalized for, it's only, we're 100 short.
I don't disagree, sorry. I don't disagree, it's $100,000. My only concern is, in speaking from somebody who has a daughter in the pre-K program. I've seen just how fantastic the elementary school does. You know, you can clearly see it, those kids are thriving, right? They're doing a fantastic job, you know, and the future's bright. My only concern is that we need to figure out, if we were to give, say, the full ask or find a difference here and find a middle ground, is what does next year's budget look like for the town's perspective, right? Because the maintenance effort's only gonna keep growing. And eventually, we're gonna have to lay down some plans in terms of, well, what are we doing with the police station? What are we doing with Hallowell or Scouters or whatever that is now? You know, what are we doing with some of these things? Because those things will add to the operation budget. Maybe not so much the police station, maybe. But, you know, the multi-generational center will. So, well, that may be a conversation for years in the future. That's just my only concern. I don't disagree that 100,000 on a
And I want to
$50
add
million,
something
$30
else.
million
The
budget.
state of Rhode Island makes the mandates, but they don't give us the box.
I think you're not on.
Oh, my voice was low enough. The state of Rhode Island, through RIDE, makes all the mandates, but they don't give you the box. Or they start you off, and then they cut you off, which makes it very difficult. And through this, the years of the curse, they gave monies to help, and then they take it away. And you're in the middle of trying to pull these kids out of some deep holes. So maybe we have to start writing to our representatives and telling them it's not right. You know, someone once said in this room, gee, look at what Socket gets. They're in the city. And when I look at it, I get angry too. Because we may be small, but we still have our needs. And it should be a little more equal than what it is now.
Yeah.
Doug, can I ask you a question? I'm going to defer to your experience as an accountant. You talk about the maintenance of effort. Now tell me if I'm going wrong here. So if we increase their budget, the maintenance of effort goes up. But that doesn't mean next year we have to give them more. It just means we can't give them more than that.
Correct.
I mean, less than that.
Right.
So they next year, when the school comes to us, they're going to come to us
4%.
for more money.
Yeah.
Right? And it's going to be, so what I'm saying is, so that money's they're going to need that much that we're giving them right now anyway. So maybe the ask next year won't be 4%. Maybe it'll be 2% because we're giving them that now.
Yeah, I'm just saying if we find a compromise here that.
No,
in
I'm
the
asking, is that
future-
true? Is that right?
Their
You
expenses
can't give
will
them
go up.
less, correct.
Right.
But what I'm just saying is we're looking at the town's budget. There may come a situation where they may not get the full increase every year. I mean, that may realistically come down to it, at least for like a year or two as we have some more costs. So I just think it is probably a future conversation of like, we talk about give and take, right? At some point there may need to be, you know, are there better synergies? Are there better things that we can do to share services? Are there types of things that maybe we can help offset some of the costs? I saw some of the technology cost increases. Are there partnerships with Brian? Can we leverage Vertical 6 to help reuse equipment? Like those types of things, and maybe that saves on their budget, and then we're not nickel and diming every other department or them or the schools to saying, hey, we can't fund you this year because we have to fund all these other expenses. And hopefully by then, maybe the state helps cover higher costs to special eds and schools, and, you know, they help fund some of these mandates that the schools, that we don't have to pick up the bill on. That would be the ideal situation.
Would the council like to hear how much it would be if I added the 100,000?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
can you just tell us for the 429 first? Because we're all confused.
The 429 is the same that you already have on your
Yeah, we
paper,
plugged
what
that
you
one
have
in.
written down.
That's the 30
But that's the
million.
30
Yes.
million,
Six.
606,
Yep.
377.
Yeah.
If we added an extra 100,000, what the school is asking for would be an increase of 2.44% of their appropriation. So the MOE would increase by 2.44%. The levy would now be at 2.17%.
That's for the whole 100, right?
That's for the 100,000.
What
So
if
it went
it's
from
50?
1.89 to 2.17 for the 100,000.
How about 50?
Give me 1 second. So the levy would be 2.03. From 1.89.
Well, I'm going to make a motion to approve 30,606,377.15.
And that number is with what, without the 50 or the,
$429,000 increase.
but that's, just so I'm clear, so I understand what I'm voting on, that's without the 50 or the 100 we're talking about?
Correct, for right now, just to get the conversation
Okay.
going here. That's my motion.
So we have a motion, is there a second?
Second for discussion. So in that amount though, is there any other line item for capital, anything like that?
That's capital zeroed out.
Okay.
But we really can't put that stipulation, right?
No, you can't tell them how to spend it.
So you can say wipe out the capital, but,
Well, I think we can give them money for capital.
Yes, well, the capital stays on your side.
Right. We
Okay.
can't say to them, go cut a dean or go cut the superintendent or
no,
somebody.
but I was just wondering about the
we can't
capital,
do
so
that.
the capital
Not that
stays
anybody
with
would
us.
recommend. I think he does a fantastic job. I'm just saying, we can't tell them how to spend their money.
No, I was just worried about the capital.
Yeah.
that's all.
Yeah.
So that was for 30,606,377.15.
Mhm. And that's at the, Anthony, that's at the 1.87,
1.89.
1.89.
With the,
1.89.
sorry, yes. Any questions?
Any other discussions?
Yeah, please.
Mhm.
We want to cut taxes, we want to keep taxes low. That's the name of the game. But there comes a time when taxes, and then taxes meet quality of life. And then if we keep lowering taxes, then quality of life will go down. So then it has to be a point where we maintain taxes and maybe even sometimes raise taxes, as much as I hate to say that. It's ironic that I'm the conservative here, you're the liberal, and I'm the one talking about giving them more money. But it comes to a point where sometimes you gotta raise taxes to increase quality of life, quality of education. And I think that we gotta maintain the costs that we're on with the schools. And that's not a lot of money we're talking, it's not a big difference in the levy. We're meeting the schools halfway, they want the 100, we give them the 50. It's the right thing to do. If we're talking about quality of life issues here, the best, if you want your property values to go up, then you want the schools' quality, the quality of the schools to go up. You have lousy quality schools, people are not gonna wanna move here.
I agree with Mr. Biragad.
Thank you.
You know, we say it all the time, the schools are a large reason why people move to North Smithfield. We talk about how fantastic, you know, they run their school system, you know. I think $50,000 is, I think we're splitting hairs on this line item. I know it's a lot. I think if we do, I mean, I'm only one person as well, but I think if we do come up on it, I think, you know, it is, I think they did do the town a service in taking a 2% increase versus what we have budgeted, and I know it may not always be fair, but, you know, they are trying to give in some instances, and I think there's probably ways that, like, we can further reduce cost over time by continuing to have a conversation with them. I know there was talk about capital and maybe conversations with the budget committee, maybe those things pan out a little bit more, or maybe, you know, we have a little more conversations in the future to see how can we help them. Maybe the grant writers can help the schools to offset some of those costs. And just like we can probably take our budget and say, go find grants for this year to help offset. So I think if it was like $500,000 extra, you know, but I know that it is coming up, but they also are willing to say, don't fund our capital this year. So,
Would you like to make a motion?
well, we already have a motion in a second, so we gotta follow through.
Any other discussion?
Well, the question is, does he have to, based on what he said, do we have to call the vote, or can he rescind his second?
I didn't know, was there a second to?
Yeah, Doug
Second
second
for
for
discussion.
discussion.
There was a second for discussion?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there could be either withdrawn, or there could be an amendment to the main motion made.
Well, she made the motion, so I'm not gonna put words in her mouth, and Paulette's mouth.
Anybody can make an amendment.
Okay.
If you withdraw your second, Councilman, for the purpose of adding it, you can do that.
And then you vote on the amendment, and then you vote on the main motion?
Right.
So I'll withdraw my second.
So now there's a motion made. If it's not withdrawn, a motion to add could be made now.
So, but how does that work, though? So like, if I make, or John makes, somebody makes a motion to add the extra 50, but the main motion is for less?
No, that would to increase.
Right, but what happens to the motion that
It's
Councilwoman,
not
it's for
seconded right
less?
now.
It wa- oh, I
I'm
see, so
sorry,
it
I'm not being
dies.
clear.
I get
Another
you.
motion.
It dies, I get you.
Another motion could be made. She made a motion, you withdraw your second. If it's not seconded right now, it's dead. And then another motion made.
I see, okay.
A full motion, not just for.
It's not an
50.
amendment, it's a new motion, that's why I was confused. Okay.
All right, so you withdrew your second?
I withdrew my second.
So now do I ask if there's another second? Is there another second for the motion in the amount of $30,606,377.15? Any motion? So now that dies, right?
Correct, for lack of a second.
Does somebody want to make a motion?
So, I would like to make a motion for the amount, unfortunately, I'm sorry, you guys, what's the total with the extra?
Tony, could you tell?
50,000? Yeah,
479.
50.
50.
Oh, so it's 30,656,000.
30,000,000. 656. 377.15.
Second.
Thank you.
Oh.
So there's a motion, a second, any
Third.
discussion? Any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. O'Shea.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a lot of work.
Bravo.
Okay, so now we're done the operating, we go into water and sewer, right? Okay. I haven't even looked at those. Have you even looked at these?
Yeah, they're not gonna be fun. No, they're
Can we have a
horrible.
quick recess
Huh?
just to prepare the document for you? Because you usually read the document.
Yes.
I thought we did, yeah.
Yeah, because we need to prepare the method of taxation for you.
Okay.
Can we get a quick recess?
How many minutes?
Are we back?
I suggest you should read it.
Okay. Joanne, we all set?
It's the most important document that you
They'll remember you by.
Joanne, all set?
You only have
Dis- Discussion by council vote or other action on method of tax.
Madam President, you had recessed for 7, you should just note that you
Oh,
recess has ended, council is now back in session.
okay. Recess has ended. Council is now back in session.
So wait, just point over before, so after this, though, the next item we have is the 5-year term, so. what we-
But it's not on.
It's not on here, though, so should we do water and sewer first?
Oh, okay.
Right, but this is this is after the budget, that's what I'm asking. So we still have the other item open?
general fund,
Okay,
water and sewer is separate from method of tax.
okay, I just wanted to make sure we were following the order.
All right. So discussion by council vote or other action on adoption, discussion by council vote or other action on method of tax collection. Method of tax collection, shall this town council vote as follows: that the finance director be and is hereby authorized to pay each order when approved by the town council, by the school committee, or the director of public aid, as the case may be. That the finance director be and is hereby authorized to apply receipts for the interest on overdue taxes toward the payment of interest on bonds and notes of the town. That the finance director be and is hereby authorized, within the consent of the town council, to hire such sum or sums of money as may be necessary to carry on business of the town for the ensuing year. That the finance director be and is hereby authorized to pay the town's debts and interest. It is hereby resolved that the North Smithfield Town Council, in a meeting legally assembled on June 25th, 2024, hereby orders a levy, appointment, and collection of a tax on the rateable real estate and tangible personal property in a sum of not less than $36,148,606.23, nor more than $36,198,606.23. Said taxes are for ordinary expenses and charges, for the payment of interest and the indebtedness or in whole or in part of said town, and for the other expenses or purposes authorized by the law. The tax assessor shall assess and apportion said tax on the inhabitants and rateable property of said town as of the 31st day of December AD 2000, should that say 24?
No, 23.
23?
December 23,
Okay.
July.
At 12 o'clock midnight Eastern Standard Time or Daylight Savings Time, with the exception of new deposited the same in the office of the town administrator on or before the 30th day of June 2000.
Madam President, it's actually after the word new construction.
Oh, new construction, as the case may be according to law, and delivered to and deposited the same in the office of the town administrator on or before the 30th day of June 2024. The town administrator, on receipt of said assessment, shall forthwith make a copy of same and deliver it to the finance director, who shall forthwith issue and affix to said copy a warrant under his/her hand, directed to the collector of taxes of the town, commanding him/her to proceed and collect said tax of the person in estate liable therefor. Said tax shall be due and payable no later than the 15th day of August 2024, and all taxes remaining unpaid no later than the 15th day of August 2024 shall carry until collected a penalty at a rate of 12% per annum, unless specifically abated by a vote of the town council under Title 44 of the General Laws of Rhode Island, 1956, as amended. Said tax may be paid in 4 installments, the first installment of the 25% no later than the 15th day of August AD 2024, and the remaining installments as follow: 25% on the 15th day of October AD 2024, and 25% on the 15th day of January AD 2025, and the remaining 25% on the 15th day of April AD 2025. Each installment of taxes, if paid on or before the last day of each installment period successively and in order, shall be free from any charge for penalty. If the first installment or any succeeding installment of taxes is not paid by the last date of the respective installment period or periods as they occur, then the whole tax or remaining unpaid balance of the tax, as the case may be, shall immediately become due and payable, and carry until collected a penalty at a rate of 12% per annum from the first quarter due date or the last satisfied quarter unless specifically abated by a vote of the town council under Title 44 of the General Laws of Rhode Island 1956 as amended. Quarterly payment options shall not apply to any tax levied in an amount not in excess of $100, in which case such tax shall be payable in a single installment. That's it.
I was listening. Can you
Oof.
do that again?
Yeah. So
Thank
do we
you.
have to vote on, do you have to do a roll?
Motion to approve
Okay.
the levy as read.
I'll make a motion to approve the levy as read.
Second.
motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
So now we can go back?
We got the enterprise fund.
Mhm. Okay. So we start with water. Bill, is there any? Yeah.
But I think you should note that although, the finance director said, although these are part of the budget, they are not part of the levy. They're
Right.
separate freestanding accounts.
Okay. Bill, did you want to give us any information on this, or anything we need to?
Well, I mean, I think the obvious is the capital water, we've got quite an increase over there. So I just wanted to explain that this is, it's for, it's cost share for a grant, that's coming our way. It's earmarked through congressional direct spending, and, so we can get this project started. I kind of tucked it in there, and it did raise the rate quite a bit.
So what amount are you referring to, Bill? What dollar amount are you referring to?
Yeah, it was $240,000.
Okay.
So that would raise the rate to what?
What's that? It would raise the rate to $11.92.
And the current rate is?
I believe it's $8.60. Oh, okay.
That was 8.27 to 11.92.
It raises it to what?
11.92.
Let me just, I'm just gonna verify that the prior rate. I'm just gonna pull it up here.
It's a big increase.
Phew. Can you talk in the mic, please, so we can hear you? We can't hear you.
8.27.
8.27 is the current rate, is what you said? Thank you.
So is this project something that has to be funded all in this year, or is it something that can be?
So this is actually, there's like three parts to this project. So basically, the project is, we're trying to take over the water system that Blackstone now services, because they've been neglecting that area. So like, what we were speaking about yesterday is municipalities have a hard time of separating ratepayer from taxpayer. And so Blackstone doesn't really want to spend any money in North Smithfield, same as Woonsocket, right? So they focus on their area, and they don't focus on the ratepayer. So these people in this area, about 50 of them, are all being serviced through 2-inch water lines. Some of them are galvanized, some of them are lead. So it's in rough shape, and it needs to be addressed. So when I started here, I was shown a master meter that Blackstone put in, which is a red flag. It tells us they want to just, instead of charging them individually, they want to charge us and dump that antiquated system on us. Some of those services have been in for close to 100 years. And like I said, they go in there and fix them because that's their obligation, but as far as getting in there and upgrading it, there's no fire suppression, there's nothing. So So, this is like the first portion. It gets water from Mendon Road up on the Woonsocket line, down to the bottom of St. Paul Street. And then from there, we have, now we have to get into the neighborhood and actually put the infrastructure in the neighborhood. So, and there's a couple of issues also, right? So the EPA is starting to crack down on lead and copper. So it's, you know, they're gonna have so many years to respond to this. We're gonna have so many years to respond to this. And like I said, once they put the master meter in, their strategy is the master meter. That's the end of their responsibility. Everything in it is ours.
And this is what area? You didn't-
This is at the end of St. Paul Street, so it's Elizabeth and Fountain Street, that
Yeah.
lower corner right there.
The church, right?
What's that?
But where the church is?
After-
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now you say this is one of three, so do you mean like the next 2 years is gonna be another 240 for the next 2 years?
Yeah, thereabout. So the entire project over there is gonna be $5.1 million. This first part, so what happened was before I started, right, it was congressional direct spending was made available to us. And so we were told about it, and this was before me, this is what I heard anyway, the way it happened. So and there was a deadline to it. So they quickly put a number together to go for the grant. They did, and it was based on numbers that were pretty familiar at that time. Those numbers went out the window. So to get the first part done, the 1.2 million, yeah, the 1.2 million doesn't get it done. So we applied for a second. That'll be coming up next year, the second portion. So that number will be here next year as well, and the year after.
So of this 200, may I? Of this 240,000, there is or there is no grant money involved in it?
So there is, so it's a 20% course share. We're required to put 20%.
So that's our match.
And that's what that 240,000 is.
Of the 5.1 or the 1 just the first segment?
Earmarked funds is $1.2 million.
Okay.
So we have to come up with 240. The second round, which we've applied for the second and the third. And the second will be another, it's a 1.3 million, and then the final piece will be, that'll be the third, that'll come in.
So this I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, is there anything, are there any other grant funds available to offset any of this? I mean, it just seems like the match is pretty high.
Yeah.
You know?
So from what I understand in the congressional direct spending is that we have to put up, we have to contribute to the 20% cost share. So we have to have that money in hand, you know, before the funds, they make the funds available to us.
Right, okay.
So, I mean, we've explained all this to the grant writers, and so, nothing's been made, you know, they haven't presented anything to us.
Okay, Administrator, so is this the grant that you got, or two grants that you got for the St. Paul Street area? Is that what this is?
$1.2 million, as the water superintendent explained, 20% match, $240,000. Now, a couple ways to look at this, we're gonna need more money going, we're planning for the future to alleviate problems that are going to have to be alleviated. So, as the superintendent said, with 1.2, we've applied for a 1.3. The other thing here is the infrastructure bank. We could, the town, as a council, can make a decision, offset the cost, and then we would just have debt service on that, paid by the rate users, not by the, just by the rate users. So just like Mechanic Street, that whole thing that happened over there, same thing.
Have we explored that?
I'm sorry.
Have we explored the infrastructure bank?
Not yet.
No?
No, I'll take, who's ever sitting as the administrator will.
Hasn't grants been given to Woonsocket for this purpose? Because people that are getting Woonsocket water right now, they've gone to check all the houses.
So Yeah, so that's specifically for the lead service line replacement from the, that's from the, so when Socket and the Aegis, they replaced, I'll say 99.9% of their lead service, that's from the water main to the curb stop.
Yeah.
Right, and so that, the grants that they're making available right now, and I know that's also in Providence, that's from the curb stop into the house, so that grant is actually for the homeowner. So that's, the homeowner owns from the curb stop into the house. So that's the grants that they've applied for and received.
And
So
they've been very
There is money for
aggressive.
that portion of it, but that doesn't change, these houses are being serviced by lead lines in the road, so, you know, if you go back and somebody wanted water, they would just run a water line down the street. And that's kind of what you got over here, right? So you got some 2-inch galvanized lines going down there, you got 4 or 5 houses tied into them, and those lines start to get full, they close up, not a lot of water goes through there. If you're using water in your house and your neighbors flushes the toilet, you can see your pressure drop down.
Yeah.
That's the kind of distribution system they got over there.
Well, I'm glad my house passed. And it's the oldest house in that plat.
Yeah, so, they were, basically 1932, they stopped putting lead in houses. If you went before that, you could have had copper or lead. So if your house was built before that.
So, may I ask how many sewer users are going to be bearing the cost of this?
Oh, it'll be the.
How many are there?
So,
Water.
Water,
How
yeah,
many
so
water
right
users?
now, we have, roughly 540,
Okay.
water users. And once they're tied in, which wouldn't be right away, you know, you would add them on. So, and there's about 54 in that area that would benefit from it directly. The plan going, you know, further would be to like increase it up into the neighborhood, but, you know, that's later on down the line. This is needed now.
So there'd be 54 new ones, and there's already 540, is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Okay. So with this type of increase, the $3 and change, what is the average house, what is there gonna be their average increase to their bill?
So I know that the average water bill right now is I think it's $577, and,
That's annually,
so,
annually?
what's that?
Annually?
That's
Okay.
right.
Are we trying to get that number? Thank you.
So the average bill with the new rate would be $831.
Wow.
So back to the infrastructure bank, what is the, what's the likelihood that we can actually secure the funding for this?
So through the infrastructure bank, like if we, if we did, I mean, we would still owe the bank.
Right, yeah, no, I know
They do
that.
have some loan forgiveness, I guess. I guess we would have to look into that. I mean, I'm not sure that, was that?
No.
Can you use your mic?
I think in some situations they allow it, right? So I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, I think
we
that's what
don't
happened with
usually
Mechanic
do
Street,
that.
right? They forgave a
We
portion.
don't need to be a distressed community. Previous administrator, when ran the water line down Mechanic Street, I believe was 1.2, and $700,000 was
I
forgiven.
was gonna say there was something.
Yeah, so it left us with a 570 balance on the
Yeah.
infrastructure, on the.
It was like a 20-year loan or something, right?
Yes.
No, I think the administrator's right, because I was on the council with you and Claire at the time, so.
I think, he's correct, but I think that was negotiated. As recently talking to RIB for sewer, they had told me, we're not a distress,
Well, we're
we
talking about
wouldn't
water.
be getting forgiveness for something for sewer.
But are we talking about water here?
We're talking about water, but it would be we're the same entity, regardless of what subject it's for. So that's just from having talks about sewer for a loan for sewer. So they had said there's a low likelihood of us having any type of forgiveness. For sewer, but again, we're the same entity. It's all based on income rate. There's a whole bunch of factors that go into it. but I was told that we wouldn't have any type of forgiveness. I don't know, obviously, I wasn't here when that administrator was in office. I don't know what negotiations had happened between RIB and that administrator. I can't speak to that, so, but I'm just letting you know the information that I have from RIB for our other enterprise fund.
So worst case, it's 240, right? You apply for the funding.
240
just
plus
leave it there,
some, yeah, plus some interest.
and then the interest. But what would the cost look like roughly? It wouldn't be the full $3, right? It would be spread out. It's a big pill to swallow,
So
because
it's
you know
like
it's gonna be
20
compounded next year too.
Yeah, it's like $21, about $21 approximately increase per month for an average user.
Yeah, it's like 250 a year. Right?
Yeah.
Are you projecting like another increase like this, you said next year too?
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be the increase, I wouldn't be an additional increase, it would still be there.
It would continue.
Okay,
that.
so it just
It would
continues, okay.
continue.
So my question would be then, if you're getting another grant, you know, now you're saying the 1.3 million for the next phase of the grant, is there another match, and where's that coming from?
I think I know what he's saying. He's
Yeah,
saying
so-
it stays the same.
So it,
Right, so that would be next year we would be looking for the match. So like I said, that 240,000 thereabouts wouldn't be going anywhere for a few years.
They're paying it now, so after 3 years it drops off. So in theory, I can't speak for it, but if you would just leave as is today, in 3 years, it should go back, right? Because they're paying for everything upfront now, putting the match in now, next year. This 240 falls off, a new 240 comes in. That one
So is
falls
that-
off, a new one comes in.
is it your understanding the 240 is for the total project?
I think that's for
the
the-
first one?
First grant match.
That's the first.
Just the, right,
That's
so.
the first 20%, so that takes care of the 1.0.
That's what I mean.
So as is
Next
a grant,
year-
there's a match.
Next year, we'd be looking for the core share for the 1.3.
So then it's like another
Right,
240, it's not
so it
480.
would basically stay there, it might go up a little bit, obviously, but it would basically just stay there.
So for the next 3 years, you're basically gonna have 240 in the
Right.
budget.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, just kind of a cycle.
Just a straight 240?
Yeah,
Not
well,
an increase.
Actually, the third year
Then it could
is gonna
follow.
be once they get into the neighborhood, we've got an estimate from the engineer at 2.6 for the third and final piece of that, so there would be an increase that.
Yeah, see, that's, I mean, it's gonna go up.
Wait, so for the capital 2.6? Is that
Yeah.
what?
The entire project is 5.1 million.
Right, but,
So-
so you're gonna ask for that final installment?
No, the final installment will be the core share to cover the 2.6,
Okay,
so.
just wanna make sure I'm following.
So that's a lot to,
It's a lot of money.
in one fell swoop,
Yeah.
right, I think?
Yeah, you know what doesn't seem fair is that,
Yeah, I was just gonna say
what
that.
doesn't seem fair is anybody that comes on board for the water, and the water line will over time increase, like for instance, if we could possibly take on Union Village at some point as part of our water system. So if that suppose we took them on in 3 years, the people now, for the next 3 years, would be paying the nut on the thing, but everybody coming in afterwards would be paying less.
Yeah, I agree. Ideally, what happens, right, is a contractor comes in, they wanna develop an area, they put in all new infrastructure, we inspect it, we make sure it's all up to par, and once it is, it gets turned over to us,
Right.
right? So for the next 100 years, we're collecting the fees on the water bill that pays for that. That's the way that really works. In this situation, and I mean, just to be upfront, Woonsocket has the same situation, it's actually worse.
It's worse
right?
at Union Village.
Because they have 611 customers.
Right.
Right, and so they don't wanna spend money over there, they've got their own problems, right? Can we force them? I don't know, but, yeah.
That's a time bomb over there waiting to happen. That's
What's
just,
that?
that's a time bomb over there before
Yeah,
something happens.
it's a time bomb, but, you know, that's the thing, so now what they wanna do is, they've collected the money all those years, and now they just wanna dump it. That's, for the lack of a better word.
Excuse
Just a
me.
point of order.
Yeah, we're getting away
Yeah,
from
just
it.
point of
Well,
order,
no,
yeah,
just one second,
I just
we have
need
to
to extend the
extend.
meeting, that's all. I'll do it for an hour, so we don't have to do it again.
All right, we have a motion to extend. Do we have to do roll call? Yeah, right?
Please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Ms. Dozier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Go ahead, sorry.
So, Bill, quick, sorry. When do you expect the extra ratepayers to come online? What year? What fiscal year, do you know?
I'm sorry?
The new ratepayers, would
Yeah.
they, what fiscal year do you expect them to come in on?
It would be,
The end?
actually be in 2027.
Okay,
So 3 years, right?
right, so that would be the end, so that would,
Would they be on during year 3 of this?
I'm sorry?
Would they be online during year 3 of this? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, on
25,
year three, so,
26,
you know,
27.
let me back up a little bit, because there would be a few, I think there would be 15 ratepayers added on in the first, after the first phase of this is done, coming down Mendon Road, but then the biggest portion, the area of focus wouldn't be till the final phase.
so is it 15, and then the rest, or is it,
It would, no, it'd be 15 and then the 54.
so in total it would be, what, 69?
That's right, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that
it's
kind of,
just- Yeah.
that kind of mitigates the cost here too.
Well, not really.
Not really.
You're still gonna pay the $2.40 and the $3 increase
Yeah,
this year.
It's not
Doesn't
gonna
help us this
until-
year.
So
Right, I'm just saying in the future, right.
Yeah, well, yeah.
A second, just as an idea, I mean, you could permit the administrator and the superintendent to go to RIB for the full, what sounds like 1 million in match, if I was doing the numbers correct. For the full 1 million in match for the next, for all 3 phases,
That would make more sense.
right, instead of going to RIB for just 240,000, that makes no sense. You spend the cost to go to RIB once instead of 3 times, and then you have the money up front. I mean, we could look into how we can invest that to try and use that for other operational
I
things.
don't know about that.
But yeah, I'm just saying, there's other ways we can try and mitigate cost here. But I would suggest going, if the council is considering RIB, I would have the council consider the 1 million for the match of the entire grant. instead
So,
of just
but
one
what does
portion.
that, what does that leave us tonight then? I mean, do we,
Right,
what do
this
we,
project's
right, so the
underway.
solicitor's been trying to say something?
I just wanted to ask the superintendent a question. When do you need to have the 240 match in your hand for the first step, and when are you gonna start work?
So, well,
They started.
I mean, the funds have been earmarked for, I believe, 2 years, actually. Right? Not 2 years, I'm sorry, it's been a year, and so, we would need it to do phase 1 probably for next year, 2025.
Okay, so that's my point. You don't need this money till next year. Is that correct?
Calendar year or fiscal year?
What's that?
When do you? So you need the funds, are you saying 2025?
I'd like to get phase 1 started, I'm not, here's the thing, with the earmarked funds.
So
I don't
just-
think they're going
just-
anywhere.
I just want,
I'm
I'm
just
just well,
focusing
I'm just
on
confused
deadline.
here now. So are you looking to put a shovel in the ground this summer?
Yeah.
Not this
Well-
summer.
Or next
We have
year?
preliminary plans,
Fall?
we still have to do plans, so, and, maybe in the spring of 2025.
So,
Okay.
that's my point, Superintendent. If the council authorizes a loan application at the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank, and you can get funds and have it drawn down, they don't have to give you all the money at
Right.
once, they just give you a line of credit to do the matching funds as you need it.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense.
We don't know that answer, but if they were to say yes for this money, you'd have your money for next year. If they were to say no, you're saying increasing the rates next year is too late. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, we'd like to get phase 1 going,
I'm just trying to build in, not increasing the rate until you find out the answer from the infrastructure bank if possible.
Yeah, because what happens if you increase the rate and then you get a loan from the infrastructure bank?
Well, then
You have to reset the rate?
Yeah, that's what I would do. Because this is more like a special assessment, because this assessment has a beginning and an end. It's $3, right, for each year until you get 500,000 or, no, you get $1 million.
It's like 2 million.
What's that?
How many years do you need, how much money do you need for
So
match?
it's gonna turn out to be, we're talking 245, it's close to $1 million.
Right, 20% match.
Yeah,
So this is a 4-year assessment. $3, once you apply it, 3 gets, you have 1 million, then at the year 5, it falls away, unless you raise it. There's no reason to still collect that extra $3 from everybody, because you don't need the 240. The budget should go down by that 240, right?
Yep.
So this is like a special assessment.
Can maybe I'm missing something, but there's something that seems a little unfair here. If there's a guy, if there's a group or a neighborhood that comes on board last, right? So they are on board paying for the new water system, and they come on board last. They're paying 1 year. Meanwhile, the people on Main Street are paying 3 years. So the people on Main Street they're paying more for that person to have their water hookup than the person having the water hookup.
I mean, yeah, I can't disagree, but I mean, the thing is, it's like, how do you?
I know,
how do you pay
I know,
for it,
but
right?
it's
like
I know.
I mean, it's lead lines in the street. It's like, I mean.
Oh, I get it, but I'm just saying, it just seems to be,
done.
if we can come up with a fairer system.
Another question. Superintendent, the deal you have at Blackstone, are you collecting the money from the meter and giving it to Blackstone?
No, what happens is Blackstone's got an 8-inch line that goes up the street on St. Paul Street. And from there, they've got a master meter where they intend on, it's a classic move when you want like a condominium association, you put a master meter and then everybody in there is responsible for everything in the ground after. That's all theirs, right? Everything after the meter. That's what they're looking to do. For years, they directly fed to the houses. They've got meters in all the houses. I mean, what they're doing is, it's not right. But the fact is, we're gonna have to somebody's gonna have to deal with it. So they've been collecting the fees, the maintenance fees and all those fees for all those years, the water use fees, and now they don't want them anymore. So the master meter comes in, and here you go, this is yours.
May I ask, has the administrator spoken to the administrator in Blackstone? Maybe we can work something out.
I was at a funeral when the director of Public Works and the superintendent had a meeting with the new manager in Blackstone. So, yeah, we will continue these negotiations.
Yeah, and I mean, they did make it very clear. I mean, they made it very clear that, listen, they don't want to spend money in North Smithfield. Like I said, municipalities have a hard time separating taxpayer from ratepayer. They really do. They want to take care of their own. And I'm not defending them, but they've got all kinds of services that they need to attend to, and substandard infrastructure that they need to attend to. So they're going to push this to the, down on the priority list.
That seems high.
That does seem high. So what happens if we
One more
didn't add it?
question.
Oh.
So, your water system, as you know, is under the PUC, right?
Ours isn't, Woonsocket's is.
Woonsocket's
Woonsocket's regulated by the PUC.
But Blackstone, obviously, do they have a similar PUC in Massachusetts?
Well, I believe they do, but not all communities belong to it. It's usually the larger communities.
Okay.
I wanna say there's maybe 4 in Rhode Island. Don't quote me on that, but it's Providence, it's Woonsocket, it's, Kentucky, I believe.
So what happens if we don't put the 240 in and we explore the infrastructure bank? What happens, and then we don't get that loan? Do we just add it back?
Well, that's the question,
Should we
right?
add it now and roll the dice?
That's the question, right? There are other options, right? There are other options. You could not put it in, and again, we're just talking, right? We're just talking, and explore it, and if you succeed at the infrastructure bank, fine. If we knew this sooner, we would have that answer. But if they say no, and they need money, the council could give a capital contribution and have them pay with the rate back just for that 1 year.
I was just thinking.
No, that
Because
makes sense. Do that.
that's better, that gives you
Yeah,
that
it's like
option.
a
Because
loan.
once you do this, when do these rates go into effect? Like as soon as the budget passes?
That's right.
Yeah, let's do that.
We just build.
You just build.
those would be-
And so you can't do you'd have to do a supplemental assessment
If we-
process
If we waited.
if we wait. So you'd have to do it next year. If Infrastructure Bank said no, you'd loan him the money that he doesn't really need right now. You just commit it, I guess. Commit it.
Yep.
And then next year, he would go online. If he needed to show the money, you could loan him the money. If you wanted to do that, I'm just thinking of a way to stop $3 on your ratepayers. That's all, I'm just coming up, and it wouldn't hurt the town because you have money in your fund balance and it's only a loan.
Right, it's gonna get paid back.
It's only a loan. Ratepayers aren't going.
So how much do we actually have in this enterprise fund?
So may I ask you a question about your match? Do you have to identify its source and the amount in order to start getting any of the grant funding that's already been allocated?
Yeah, I believe that's true. So
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I'm not sure that you can, and I can't speak with 100%, but I'm not sure that you can actually pair it up with other money. So I'm not sure that going to, I mean, it's definitely worth exploring it, but that'll actually work.
Well, do we have any information on that grant to determine what the, restrictions are or anything at all, Administrator?
Right now, it's no. The only thing is, well, Mr. Spinelli from EPA wanted our EPA studies done, which is what we've done. We've got the engineering. So to receive the money, we're gonna have to have that match. The
In
20
hand to show them?
I would imagine they're not gonna give us the money without the match. Yes. I'm making an assumption here.
Can we find out?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
Because we don't want you to lose out, because it's been sitting there a year, right? And there's a deadline for the utilization of that grant, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the deadline?
I'm not sure. I'll find out, but I mean, I want to say it's
26.
probably,
I believe it's 26.
is it?
Oh, okay, so it's not like July 1st or anything.
I'm sorry?
It's not like July 1st or anything.
Oh, not this,
Oh,
no,
okay.
not this year, not
Oh,
this whole,
okay.
but no.
We got some time.
Well, what if we, what?
So why wouldn't
I'll
the
use your
infrastructure bank-
concept, split the difference. What if
Split
we
the baby.
put some
Yeah,
To start funding
increase
it?
to start
could.
funding it, and then, look, at least show good faith if we have to further, like the next council could do the loan concept, provide some capital, for the difference. But let's have some skin in the game, so to speak, for them to see that we're making a good faith effort to provide that match. See, this is why I like a plan before we get a grant. Okay, once again. So how about if we do half? I mean, we don't even have to do half, but half might be good.
Madam President, I know we've been talking about some things, and I kind of raised some issues, but I'm talking to the finance director, and I think that because of timing, they're gonna need this 240 now under any circumstance. That we're not gonna, I think you're gonna have to, if you want the project, you're gonna have to let him do this now, and then maybe we can pursue the other options to offset it and/or eliminate the following match amounts, but that may or may not happen.
So what changed though in the
What-
2
yeah.
minutes that we just
Yeah,
had?
Because he's telling me that we
Because I
have
heard
to put
timing
something.
wasn't a concern, so.
Right, no.
No.
That's all.
No, timing is a concern. That's what I'm hearing, and we're gonna have something in the budget, is what
Right,
the
but
finance director's saying.
I understand, David. I'm just, because he was saying like spring maybe is getting going, or like fall, late fall or spring, and then where's the rush now? What's like 2 weeks? If we ended up giving them a loan for the 240 in 3 weeks, what, does it really matter? It's probably cleaner to do it now, but like what's the difference?
If you do the loan from the general fund, we would need to somehow find a way to reflect that in the general fund. we would need to talk to the auditors about that and make sure we do it properly.
Is it just a budget transfer?
It's not just a.
I don't know.
It's, we'd have to we'd have to contact them to make sure it's done through GAP. And then, that's if they don't get the. So we're suggesting that we give them money from the general fund if they don't get, approval from RIB, correct?
I mean,
I just
there's
wanna
been like
flesh
a
this
lot
out.
of conversations here tonight. It's really hard to keep track, to be honest with you.
So here's the thing too, so if we apply for RIB, there's a priority list, there's a possibility we might not even get funding. They might say yes, but next year, you might not get
I
funding
think we
at all.
should have had the answers to this tonight, in all honesty.
Yeah, we
I
should
mean,
know what the grant
we've been talking about the
ramifications are.
grant, and
I don't understand.
I applaud your administration again. I'm not saying it's on Paul. I'm saying.
Don't go there with me, I just
No,
wanna make
I
sure, because
I applaud you. I'm actually complimenting you.
Why we would have had
Paul,
funding for that.
Paul, I'm actually complimenting you, okay?
I know, but I
I'm
just
just saying-
wanna make sure that everybody understands, there was a plan in place.
I'm not disagreeing that there's not a plan in place. I'm just saying, I think for the infrastructure bank question, we should have had some clarity. Because I don't think any of us can disagree that $3 is a lot of money to ask the ratepayer. And you know they're all gonna be upset when they open up their bill in August and find a $3 increase. Because let's be real here, there's nobody in the audience here tonight. There's probably like 5 people watching online. Nobody's really paying attention, and they'll pay attention when they open it. And they'll say, why am I footing the bill now? Why wasn't I made aware of this? Why aren't you doing everything you can to reduce this 240,000? I mean, that's just the reality of it. I know I would be irate. I'd be calling. I'd be like, what is this? $11? What changed?
Right.
So I'm actually applauding you, Paul, for getting the grant. I do agree. I think the water line needs attention. I know that there is issues over
I
there.
can tell you really what changed is when the EPA made this lead line service.
Yep.
It's like all these different communities are panicking. They're panicking, right? They've got a 10-year mandate to get all their stuff in order, right? And so the easiest way for them to do that is to lop off their problem childs. And that's why this is getting, that's what, it kind of creeped up on us, you know.
Can we find out about, Administrator, the grant, when the money needs to be provided to them by, like, say, our next meeting? Like, if we couldn't do it right now?
Well, I can
We're
tell you
having
that
another
when
meeting.
you contact HUD and EPA, it takes months to get an
No,
answer.
but in the grant,
Oh, we can read the grant, sure.
we should read the grant.
Yes, reread it, yep.
I mean, come on.
So what is the recommendation then this evening? I'm assuming we have to pass this tonight, right?
Well,
Yeah, but the thing is, David, to your point, when you was talking about, we gotta do it now, what Tony was saying, but even if we start taking them, adding the amount of money in their bill now, you're not gonna get the $240,000 till, what, next,
that's what we
year.
said, we
It's
don't
gonna be- yeah, it's
know
gonna be
when
months.
we'll-
Longer.
right. So you're not gonna get it, just because we pass it and we start charging people the extra $3, it's gonna take a long time before that accumulates up to the $240,000 that you need. So, what's the rush?
I just think that I don't know what the rate process is. I mean, your billing cycle process,
It's quarterly,
it's quarterly.
yeah.
But I think, and again, this is all new information that we
Yeah,
have.
that's
But
true.
I think it might be easier for you to have them pass a reduction if you find out positive answers to reduce the bill, than it's gonna be to have to go through a rating process again to do a budget process to increase the bill. That's what I'm just concerned that you're not gonna pass this now, and then how do you have to do a supplemental tax process.
So you need to show the 240 in hand?
Well,
before
that's
you
what
can
we
draw
don't
on it?
know. That's
You
what-
can't, say you're gonna do the work in April, we can't budget from April to June and then go from there next year?
I believe we do have money in the fund balance, right?
Like, why aren't we using the fund balance?
What's that?
There's way too many conversations.
All right, can we
Can we have one conversation, please?
We have money in the fund balance, so it's just a matter of not, depleting it, right? So I think we have like 350,000, something. What is that? Oh, 500.
So why don't we take half?
Yeah, that's why I was asking, what do we have in the fund itself that we can't float
Well,
some
we're
of this?
still dealing with the same thing on the sewer, right? So it's what we're required to keeping that balance
Okay.
is the same, so it's, and I don't even
Yeah.
know that we're there yet.
We haven't, yeah, they're not there yet, and I mean, I don't know the exact dollar amount for water yet, but, yeah, they're not near their, I think it's the charter, of what we're supposed to.
No, that
ordinance?
can't be in the charter.
Ordinance.
Yeah.
Sorry. They're not near it, of what's stated in the ordinance for the enterprise funds to be at, so.
So they can't borrow from it because they're not at that limit yet, is that what
They,
you're saying?
you could, I mean.
Can we just change
but
the
you're
ordinance?
going against your own ordinance, essentially.
We could amend the ordinance if we needed to, and then
You can, so there's a
Not
few options, you
recommending
can
it,
amend
but-
the ordinance, you can, start like a fund balance restoration plan, like we did for general fund with water, we can do that. We can do the general fund loans, the water, the enterprise fund, the money. It's, we just don't know, we can do it, we just don't know the accounting work of it.
Nitty-gritty,
Yeah, so we know we can do it, we just don't know the accounting.
Yeah, so I
So-
think we just should have known that tonight, because if we only have to like fund, like float them like 100,000 in the budget, and then that way we can work off the actual fund itself, just to get it going, and then,
I don't know if it has to be in the budget, though, that's
Well, that's
that's
what
my
we don't
unknown,
know.
right.
that's what
So-
we don't know.
We
Moving-
have a grant that we have, and there are restrictions and there are requirements within the grant, and we should know what those are.
Yeah.
Because maybe this is moot, you know, maybe we don't need it till halfway through or something, we just don't know.
Halfway through of what?
Halfway through the first phase of the 1.2, the first part. I mean, we don't know when he needs to provide and to whom. Who is he providing it to? Who is he providing documentation that he has $240,000 in hand? And to Mr. Biergart's point, he's not gonna have $240,000 in hand next week after we pass this. So what are we doing?
well, we're just showing the good faith because it's in the budget, but we're not gonna have the actual funds
we're not
until the
gonna have
end
it.
of the fiscal
We have a-
year.
I think we're spending a lot of time on this.
Yeah.
I say use
We
the
have a
fund
fund
balance to cover it until we figure out the answers. I mean, that's what the reserve is for, and if we need to, we can replenish the fund balance.
I mean, if I remember correctly, in the ordinance, it says it's there to be used for, maintenance.
Right.
This is
Right.
a maintenance item,
This
so
is-
it can be, but proper fiscal responsibility would be to make a plan for future years to fund the fund balance. So,
I think that's why we were just saying, if we had some of option A, can we loan ourselves the money to the water department? Option B would have been the infrastructure bank, and option C is, well, there's four options, I guess. Option C is use part of the water's fund balance, and then option D is just leave it as is, put the whole thing in there and pass on the $3. But I still think that's a high amount to pass through.
Especially when they're not gonna see any motion on this until next year.
2 years?
Yeah.
And before we apply for another grant, we must know these details ahead of time. We just have to. It's easy to get a grant, it's hard to execute it properly. You know, so,
I say we go with Doug's suggestion,
Okay.
get this moving.
okay,
So we're gonna make a motion to take so we're gonna pass it less the 240, and is that what we're gonna do?
so we'll leave the rate.
I don't even know
as-
how much is in the fund balance.
We'll
so.
leave a rate as
They
is.
said 5.
I would,
To use the fund balance.
Yeah, as long as there's enough, yeah.
Create a restoration plan, so he's satisfying the grant, and then
Yeah.
we're gonna deal with the restoration.
You're saying the fund balance in the water.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then we can also, in the meantime, for this fiscal year, pursue RIB.
Yeah.
Mhm.
For the remaining of the 750,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a motion.
May I ask a question? Can I vote on this? Because I'm the only one up here, I think, that's affected by this rate increase.
Yeah, it's how we vote on something that's involves every.
Because you voted on your taxes tonight.
That's true. No, but I wasn't the only one, we were, you know, I'm the only one here.
Should we
that-
all recuse yourself?
Okay, so Counselor, would you?
So then I'll make a motion to use the
please?
fund balance to cover the capital cost of 240,000, and then we'll explore the financing options.
Second,
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
So the rate will stay the same?
So do we want to
Currently.
put a small dollar amount in there as
Yes.
starting to do a
Yes.
restoration, like
Yes.
maybe
Absolutely.
50,000 or something, and not the full 240?
Absolutely.
Huh? I-
Let that go on the increased rate, that small amount.
Right, yeah, so that will be their increase, but it's also working to restore the balance, right?
What is it?
All right, so. So, do you have your, can you tell me, if you take out the 240 and put in like 50,000, what the total expense would be?
I can tell you what the expenses would be. 661,719.32, but you gotta give me a few minutes to calculate the rate.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Yeah.
What movie is this from? So the rate stays the same. The Godfather.
Oh, I don't think I've ever watched any of those.
Really?
I don't think so.
Wow. The best movie ever.
That's what everyone
I agree
says.
with you on that.
All you ever hear about is
Do
like.
we, may I ask a question about the salaries here for the thing? So are they, are these are non-union positions?
That's correct.
Okay.
So are we keeping them at the 3%? Is everybody right?
I think there's a, because there's a range from 419 to,
No, everybody
well,
gets
4
three.
to 419.
Yeah.
I hate to do that, but. Okay. Wow. Okay, so is he gonna check those?
So is there anything you wanna talk about sewer while we're waiting? Oh, you're done, sorry.
It's a weird calculation. So you wanted to talk about, before I take the rate, keep going back and forth, you wanted to talk about salaries?
Yeah.
Yeah, just put them down to 3% like we did with everyone else.
Give me a second to do that.
Okay, back to sewer. So sewer has a similar situation?
Oh, wait a minute, are you all set, Charlie?
You jump into sewer now?
Well,
We
we
just
thought,
wanted
well,
to
you
know
would
if
want to keep
you're-
it going.
if
We should
you're-
calculate it.
Okay. Mr. Becker?
So, yeah, we have projects. We presented, the commission presented a list of projects back in March, I believe it was, of '22. So, to avoid what you're having with the water system here, we've come up with an actual plan that eases into getting the projects done, funding the fund balance as it is required by the ordinance. Currently, the fund balance is about $4 million behind what it should be at this time based on when the requirement was put in place. We're looking to have an increase in the rate. We've offered 3 options. The first option to get the projects done, get the fund balance up and going, is to self-fund it. That would be a rate of $791 annually, or $19.25 a month. We don't prefer that approach. We prefer the second approach of a 10-year loan through the infrastructure bank, which I believe is currently at a 3.57%. That creates an annual rate of $689.93 with figures $10.83 per month increase. It's the easiest way to get this done. It assures that it will all be done regardless of who's sitting on the council or who's sitting on the sewer commission. It allows us to plan even further ahead once we know these projects are going to be up and running, take the next 4 or 5 years to get them done. That allows us to start looking at what additional things, future things need to be taken care of, and roll the plan over as needed. It becomes a model for how the sewer commission can operate, is what I'm saying here. That's, the other option is do nothing, leave the rate as it is, or even raise it a little bit, but that doesn't solve the problem. As I stated before, I'm all for being upfront and honest with the people and fair to the people, and the fairest thing you can do is to be honest with them what they're facing and what's coming down the line. These projects are mostly pumping type stations and things like that. Over time, there's going to be pipe issues that are going to have to be handled. As I mentioned, I noticed at our last meeting, the flow through the Alice pump metering station has increased by 51% in the last 2 years. Now we are looking at they're starting to do inspections to see if there's leakage. We don't know if it's just people dumping into the system or whatever. In the past, when this issue came up, my understanding is that a review of the cost, it was cheaper to just pay Woonsocket the rate at the time for the flow that was going through. But frankly, if it truly is a 51% increase in 2 years, that's not going to be the way to handle it. So that's just another thing we're looking forward, you know, expecting to have to deal with as the commission goes forward to maintain the system. So this plan is doing what I think Mr. Osha asked back in June 10th meeting, requesting planning, you know, assuring the town is in good shape, making an inviting place to live, so on and so forth. We think we've handed you that, what you're asking with this. So we're asking for the rate to be increased to $689.93 to do the loan through the infrastructure bank. It's a 10-year loan, $4 million, and that's really about it.
I'm sorry, you're saying this $10.83 is an addition, is the increase in their payment?
Yes. Per month. That's what it would figure out per month. It's an annual billing, right?
It is.
So it's $589 right now, it'll go up to $689?
Yeah, $689.93.
Okay.
I guess you could round it to $690 if you wanted to, but 7 cents.
Okay. Well, we just have to look at the recommended increases for salaries.
Excuse me.
Okay. Everything else is pretty straightforward. I mean, it's not, there isn't a lot of fluff. Okay. So is this going to be per EDU? Is this per EDU?
Yes, and actually,
So-
I was gonna say that we're actually taking up that as an issue going forward too, because there has been people that talk about it not being a fair way to
Right.
meter the situation. But for now, yeah, it would be EDU.
Okay. Okay, Anthony, how are you over there? Hmm?
Nah, I made a joke. It wasn't funny. So, I finally got water done.
Okay.
Sorry, I have to go back to the general fund to be able to make it. So anyways, so the new rate is 8.11. The salaries, starting at the top, we have 29,110.08. Overtime stays the same. Longevity is 1140.79. MERS is 1140.46. TIA is 302.51. And FICA is 2434.68.
What was the overtime again?
Overtime is still the same, it's 2,000.
Okay. Why
Yeah,
would
we-
it be?
They just give a flat, yeah, they budget a flat number. Yeah, the rate went down because it was 240,000, now it's 50,000 of what the capital was.
Last year's was 8.27. How did it go to 8.11?
The rate's staying the same, correct?
It's going down.
Because we took out the 240.
And,
Oh, okay.
yeah, the pie was capital last year.
So
right?
what,
Yeah, there was capital.
the current rate will be 8.11?
Mhm.
Okay.
Should we at least keep the rate the same? And
That's
bring
what I
capital
think. That's
up?
what I think,
We can
yeah.
make it even.
Yeah, bring the capital up, whatever makes it break even.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
Leave the rate, don't
So
drop the
current-
rate.
The current rate's at 8.27, now it's gonna be 8.81.
8.11.
8.11.
I think it should
Oh.
stay the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's.
And just bump capital up the
Mhm.
amount.
Mhm. Where is that from?
Guess what movie that's from?
I don't know. Okay, so the total,
We're gonna see what the new
Oh.
capital's gonna be.
oh, I'm sorry.
So are the sewer ratepayers, are they aware of this needing to come down? I mean, I know we talk about it, but when they get their bill, it's kind of the same thing as the water. Are they gonna know what's coming?
We've actually had some people showing up as we've discussed this, so we're assuming the word has gotten out.
Well, is there
There
any,
has been some reports in the Valley Breeze on this.
yeah, maybe we can put it in our newsletter, you know, have it, I think the more you educate people, the less it's gonna be a shock when they
Yes,
open up, right?
we've talked about that and trying to better the communication even on a regular basis.
Mhm.
So, but we're comfortable that there is awareness out there that the rate is gonna be going up. We've made no bones about it, for lack of better terms.
Mhm.
Some of this even came up when there was discussions of, was it possible to even go forward with the Phase 2 project and the Phase 3 projects? That just didn't pan out at all, unfortunately.
I know. Okay, thank you.
Went from 50,000 to 58,000 for capital contribution. So your total is $669,403.56. 669,403.56.
That keeps it at the 827.
That keeps it flatlined, yep.
Anyone like to make a motion?
Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve the water budget in the amount of 669. I'll make a motion to approve the water budget in the amount of $669,403.56. Do I need to include anything else? No? Okay.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone have any other further questions on sewer?
Nope. Except it's, so, but he's working on that.
Oh, the AC works in here.
Just waiting for numbers. That's all. For the myriad people that are watching out there.
All right, salaries for sewer that we'll wrap. We have 164,957.11. Jumping down to longevity. I'm gonna jump back to the secretary once I'm done reading these, because I have to, overtime. Longevity is 6464.47.
Excuse me.
6462.59. 1714.22. And 13796.51. Give me a second to get the secretary pay. Where is it? It's its own thing, right? Where is it? You have it? 3050? Yeah, 3050. Yeah. Right, yeah, I guess. $33,050 for the secretary.
What is it? I'm sorry.
3050.
And then what's the total expenditures?
Total comes to 2,923,879.20.
So it's.
Why'd it go
It's
up?
more?
So it's, that's included of the insurance premiums and the audit costs going up. It's grayed out.
No,
The-
it went up from what was on here.
It was 2921, now it's 2923.
Just the budget committee.
This budget.
So I'll read the changes. I think there should only be two. Let me just look, just to make sure. So you have the audit, that actually went down
2150?
from 2150 to 2000. And then you have the insurance premiums, it's a little bit nearish to the bottom, at 49,279.23.
49,000 what?
279.23. And then you have the utility bond, $200 for that as well, so that's why it went up, because those other items went up.
So that's, that's the difference in the increase that you just gave us,
Yeah,
was
the
because we don't
the-
have those figures in front of us that you just gave
Yeah,
us.
the
Okay.
decrease of the salaries plus
Okay.
the increase of the insurance, of the trust.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, anyone have any more questions for sewer? Anyone? Oh, sorry.
Nope. Nope.
Anyone like to make a motion?
So is this just on the expense?
Yeah.
Mhm. All right, I'll make a motion to approve 2923879.20 for sewer expenses.
That's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have a second, any further discussion?
So this isn't for the 689 or the 791 or any of that, right? Do we need, is that
Yeah.
the 10-year loan thing? Like, when do we decide, is that this?
So it depends,
Yeah.
yeah, this is including of, still contributing to the fund balance for sewer and doing, did you suggested the 10-year loan?
Yes.
Yeah, the 10-year. So this is inclusive, so the rate would end up being 689.37.
689.37.
That's the annual rate, right?
And so that's the 647,435 in the capital line item?
That's inclusive, yeah. That's including everything.
Okay, so yes.
So we have
Just
a
wanna make sure I
motion.
knew what I was voting on, that's all.
Yeah. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Okay.
And we have to vote on the revenue too, or?
The revenue is
What? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
In the past, I've looked at the minutes and they were done separately.
So do
But-
the revenues?
Yeah, the totals.
Do water. So now the rates change for water, right?
I'm sorry.
Did the the revenues change on here because we,
Well, the rate's the same though, right? 8.27.
yeah, but they had it at the higher.
My minutes are gonna be.
Someone like to make a motion for the total revenue in water?
Make a motion to, for 669,403.56 for revenue fiscal year 2025 water department.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. And then total revenue in sewer.
Revenue is, for water is 2,949,879.2.
So it's not, it doesn't.
It's not the same.
Doesn't need to.
There's a revenue item for out-of-district assessment that doesn't support, the rate option.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's all on that, for 26,000. That's why I was there.
Oh, the out of district.
Oh, I see that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I make a motion to approve 2949879.02 for sewer department revenue budget fiscal year 2025.
Is it 02 or 20?
Is it .2 or .02?
Point two.
Point two?
Oh, point two.
That's for water.
That's for sewer.
That's for sewer.
Point two oh two.
Don't confuse us,
Point
Tony.
20.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we
You're
have a
saying
motion and a
0.0.
second. Any further discussion? Roll
Mr.
call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Oh, my God. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
We appreciate
Sorry you
your
had to wait till
hard
the
work
end.
and forward thinking. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. All right, last item agenda is discussion by council vote or other action on appointment to the Economic Development Commission to complete a 5-year term ending 11/30/2028, appointment by TA.
Yes, you should have the email from Gail,
Mhm.
and self-explanatory. She's back, and we're happy to have her back.
Okay,
So now we're up to full contingency on EDC.
Very good.
we don't
Awesome.
need any vote on that, it's just for
No,
you.
it's informational.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, Paul.
All right,
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
all in favor, say aye.
Oh, wait.
Aye.
Oh, aye. I didn't know if Paula had something to say.
No, I was just gonna say, are we setting another date so that people know when their tax rate is gonna be set?
Do we have to do that now?
You're not gonna need to meet on Thursday.
So we need to tell you.
Well, the date has to be Friday.
So it has to be before the 1st? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah,
David,
It has to be, but they think they wanna do, because they wanna get bills out.
right.
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
can I just interrupt for a minute? So I'm looking at the agendas from the past years, and I couldn't remember putting this on the agenda as set a tax rate. Last year, it was done under method of
Yeah.
taxology, which,
Yeah.
a tax collection, which is what I had it under. The year before that, the first time this was done, it was all listed out, like tangibles and whatnot. I didn't remember that because I was on vacation that week, so I just found the agenda. So it was done both ways, so we could potentially do it on Thursday.
Is it clear enough? Clear enough?
Method, it's still method of tax.
It's,
Yeah.
It's still classified as the method of tax work.
Like, if somebody was to, I guess it has to be clear enough that somebody was to read it, they would know what we were talking about, right?
When we voted on the method of tax.
Right, that's what I'm wondering.
Did she have the rate at that meeting when we voted on the method of?
she had, well, they did the method of tax collection, and then you had a special meeting on after the fact. It was like July 7th.
But that was the item, and it wasn't put on any other way.
Correct. So it was the same item in two different ways, so it's up to
I mean, what is the council's pleasure on the meeting? Do you want to try to, we can see it, I mean, it seems like it was done that way. Is it part of the method of tax collection? Yes. The answer is yes, because we're setting the levy and now the rate.
Right, it's
Right, so
all encompassing,
If you
sure.
want to do that on Thursday, I guess we could do that, but I think we should always be much clearer about that.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't think it's clear, we just can make another meeting.
That's why I'm asking.
It's very-
We can't amend the agenda?
Not without, we don't have 48 hours, can't vote on an amendment.
I would prefer to do it sooner than later, only in the unlikely event that there's a glitch anywhere, we have at least a day, you know, because if they're up against it, then that's it, I know.
Yeah, but you can see the delay this year, I know. With the delay in doing it later this year, though, was helpful to us because the schools came with a bunch of there was a lot of information that came out late. But I know you guys had issues like the night box and the bank and stuff like that, yeah.
Okay, so what are we doing?
So are we setting a new date or are we keeping Thursday?
I make a motion that we meet on Thursday. And wrap it up.
Do we need a motion?
You already
Scheduling matter,
adjourned,
right?
but
We already had it.
It's already scheduled.
Thursday, yeah.
He said it's up to us.
yep, it says method of tax collection.
It's like a
I
10-minute
keep saying
thing.
taxology.
I
I
know,
do
you
not
love
know
that
why.
word.
Yeah,
Okay,
David,
did we
so
adjourn?
I think we adjourned, right? CJ, are we live still?
Okay, all right, so there's, we're
So
still
I think we're
on.
still live.
Excuse me, we're still on. We're still on, so are we Thursday, so we can
Let's
close?
keep Thursday's thing, we'll check into it, like on Thursday, right?
Okay,
If Thursday were to fail,
What do we do then?
what would you want to do? As in all? Thursday,
Has to be Friday, right?
Right?
We've done it before.
10-minute meeting. Really, it's gonna be 10 minutes.
no.
I can't, I mean, I don't know if I can commit. I have stuff that pops up my calendar like 20 minutes before sometimes. I mean, I can try.
I
I just,
I mean,
we
I'll
can't do
have to
this over
hear
Zoom.
that.
Should probably have everybody go for it.
Just because I didn't know that was a conflict. I want to look at what we did last year.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so.
So how about we'll
we
keep,
have
how about we'll
adjourned,
keep
right? We've
Thursday?
adjourned.
So David, how about we'll keep Thursday? If Thursday doesn't work, there can be an email for scheduling and we can figure out Friday if needed. Because we would have till tomorrow at 6:45 to post the meeting. If we had to, right? We have till tomorrow night to post the meeting for Friday.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.